before I go to the line. So I'm standing at the podium, well, you obviously see me standing up here, so 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Yeah, yep. Okay, TV sound, and if you run the speaker off, you get speaker on. Okay. Testing of sound, 1, 2, 1, 2, testing, 1, 2, 1, 2. Sounds good.
Ready? Okay. Good morning, folks. I'm going to call to order the Huntington County Board of Commissioners, August 25th, 2025 meeting to order. Let the record show we do have a quorum. First item on the agenda is minutes.
I'll make a motion we approve the minutes from our last meeting.
Motion and a second to approve the minutes as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. No opposed, motion's carried. Claims and payroll, gentlemen, what's your pleasure?
I'd like to bundle the claims and the payroll.
Motion by Commissioner Wall to bundle the claims and payroll as presented, second by
Stoffel, pair of people.
Commissioner Stuffle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. No opposed, motion's carried. Next item on the agenda, Maple Solar. Just some housekeeping items here. Has everybody signed up to speak and make a statement that wants to? Do we have, I've got a list here, so
Here.
can you get that to a couple people that haven't signed up yet? Swede, can you turn the volume up a little bit? I think some people are having trouble hearing.
Okay.
Who you are and get
Okay.
the floor.
Okay. Take it in reverse order. Okay. Anybody else while I'm up?
Okay, real quick, just gonna make a few quick introductions. I think everybody knows Andy Boxberger, our legal counsel. He's here this morning. Jerry Meehan, the county surveyor. Kim Hostetler, director of Department of Community Development. We have both gentlemen from EMA. Stephanie Barrios, our HR person. Gretchen, she's our administrative assistant. Dave Hacker, Lincoln County Highway Assistant Super. How's that? And also we have Rick Hall, who's legal counsel for Maple Solar, Ben Friedel, who's the point man for Maple Solar, and the other gentleman, Jesse Montgomery from Maple Solar. This is going to kind of be the format. If you signed up to speak, we're going to give you 3 minutes. We're going to ask Mr. Friedel, after each person comes up and speaks and makes their quick statement, we're going to ask Mr. Friedel to address each question as that person gets done asking the question or a follow-up question. So come up, ask your questions. We really want to kind of focus on questions and not statements. Okay, sorry about that. So,
Are you going to give him the floor to speak?
yes, and Mr. Friedel would like to just make an opening statement, and then we'll move to the list of people who want to speak. So Ben, you've got the floor.
Good morning. My name is Ben Friedel with Maple Solar. I wanted to thank the commissioners for having me today and having our team here. As Rob mentioned, our counsel is here, as well as a colleague of mine, Jesse Montgomery. We will answer any questions that we can. I wanted to give you just a very brief background on our company and the Maple Solar project. Clean Shift Energy is the owner of Maple Solar. Clean Shift Energy was a spin-out of National Renewable Energy Corporation. Jesse and I have been involved with the Maple Solar project from its origin. Between the two of us, we have over 40 years of experience working in power and energy, project development.
Could you move your mic closer to you so we hear you better?
Happy to. So we participate in the competitive or wholesale electricity markets. Maple Solar was a product of many, many years of market research by our company. We initiated our outreach to a private landowner here in Huntington County and signed a private contract with that landowner in late 2018. We went to great lengths to study the feasibility of that project site. We interface with a 13-state electricity system called the PJM Interconnect. AEP and Indiana Michigan Power participate in PJM. There's an intensive electrical study process overseen by a third-party administrator. That process took roughly 2.5 years before they were able to confirm for us that we could safely connect to the transmission line on our property here in Huntington County. At that point in time, that brings us to early 2021, we initiated our outreach to Huntington County. We introduced ourselves, we introduced the project to the commissioners and the county council. We began our engagement with planning. Planning had an ordinance in place, and as I understand it, it was in alignment with the Unified Development Plan for Huntington County. The solar ordinance was in place to support agricultural property owners in using their land as they so choose. This was grounded in significant efforts by the state of Indiana to better understand and participate in the solar energy development process. The ordinance at the time was grounded in a great deal of research done by the state of Indiana and the nexus of state agencies that are available to Indiana, including the Department of Environment, State Historical Preservation, the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission, among many, many other agencies. Jurisdiction of the project sits with federal agencies, state agencies, as well as local authorities. After proceeding with our site plan with planning and receiving site plan approval, we worked with the county council and the county commissioners on two agreements, an economic development agreement and a tax agreement. Those were approved and finalized in late 2022. At that point in time, a couple months later, we were notified by AEP and Indiana Michigan Power, as well as their third-party administrator, that due to COVID-related supply chain matters, the work that they're required to do under a contract with us that we fund was delayed significantly. So we notified the commissioners of that delay, and that, generally speaking, brings us to where we are today. We are looking ahead and planning to initiate construction on the Maple Solar project early next year. Again, thank you for having us, and the three of us will answer questions to the best of our ability, and we'll look forward to our engagement with you today. Thank you again.
Anybody else with your team want to speak, Ben, right at this point in time? Okay, all right. First person on our list to speak is Bob Bolin. Bob?
Hello. I'm not the smartest guy in the room, but I was always told to make sure that there are smarter people in the room. So if I ask some dumb questions, I apologize up front. Well, I know you guys have been working on your project for quite a while. It's just a little bit disheartening to the general public, just as a comment, is that within 60 days of your deadline, all of a sudden we see you and now we can ask questions when we've been coming to drainage board meetings and commissioners meetings for the last year and haven't seen hide nor hair. But mine's pretty simple, and I hope that we can answer it just with the basic yes or no. Obviously, when you state that you have 40 years in the energy sector, the federal government has a National Electric Safety Standard Code. Can you tell us today 100% that you will follow that? It's a simple yes or no. That's all I have.
Commissioners, thank you for having us. Bob, thanks for the question. Again, my name's Jesse Montgomery. I work with Ben on Maple Solar. So There's a national electric code, and our sister company that Ben mentioned that was the original originator of the Maple Solar Project, National Renewable Energy Corporation, is a licensed general contractor, and they follow National Electric Code requirements. There's many other requirements in addition to that, OSHA, local building, zoning code. So there's a whole list of requirements that we follow when we develop a project, when we construct a project. There's ongoing inspections, as you probably know, from the state inspectors on stormwater. Ben mentioned some of the FERC, which is a Federal Energy Regulatory Commission that governs our interconnection to the grid. There's also NERC, which makes sure that, we're a good citizen in terms of the power that we put to the grid, and that kind of the grid is robust and working properly. So in short, the answer to your question is yes.
The National Electric Safety Code, you guys follow that to a T?
Yes, absolutely, 100%. We could not commission our project. You may be familiar with like an order of occupancy. Once you finish a house and you have inspectors come in and they would review and make sure it's structurally sound and is fit for people to live there. We have something very similar that happens where we have electrical inspectors from the state, from the city, county in this case, that would come in and verify. And if there's anything that's not per NEC code, we can't commission it. We'd have to fix it before we can place it in service. Thank you.
Okay, next person up to speak is Greg Whitcamp.
Good morning, I'm Greg Whitcamp, and my question has to be with transparency, and I don't know if I didn't hear you talk about communicating with the whole county rather than just with the board of the commissioners and with the county, whatever that other department was that you mentioned. And it'd been nice if you would have advertised it with the whole, in the whole community, so that we wouldn't be here wanting, this wouldn't happen right now if you had been transparent, because it probably would have got shut down from the very get-go. And that's basically, if you have a time frame of when you did notify the whole community, I would like to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and I appreciate the concerns that you've. Thank you for the question, and I appreciate the concerns that you've raised. We followed the procedures that were in front of us, and those meetings were all public, and everything that we have provided to the county was public and publicly available. We've had, I can't recall every public session that we've had, but we had executive sessions. We had multiple commissioners meetings, we had drainage board meetings, and our primary concern when we think about communication is to notify and engage directly with the neighbors of the project. And we have begun that outreach as we are now in a place where we can start to work towards our final designs, as well as the landscaping efforts and engagement with, and taking the input of the neighbors on our landscaping designs. So that's the best way I can answer your question. Thanks.
Next person up is Bill and Marilyn Bradford. Bill or Marilyn, you want to?
Marilyn's not going to speak, but
Okay, yeah.
yeah, my name's Bill Bradford, and we live right across the road, State Road 3. If you look out our front window, we will see basically 100,000 solar panels. So some of the things that we were a little upset about, we got this letter last Thursday, August 21st. That is the first notification that we've gotten that this is going to happen. And so that's kind of sad, we think. We heard about it. We heard about it from a nephew from another county, and that this was going to happen a few years ago. So we kept thinking either Mike Haggerty or Maple Solar would surely, I kept telling Marilyn, someday somebody's going to tell us about this. It's going to happen. They're going to start digging here in 2 months, and we haven't even been notified yet. So finally we get a FedEx letter, August 21st, 2025. And I'm assuming that's the way you normally operate. And we're a fairly close neighbor to this. When you look out your front window, and you'll be looking at this the rest of your life, but yet it took that long to get the darn letter. So that's pretty sad. So I got handouts here. If you could pass those around. I've got 7 of them there. If you make sure they get one over there. So last summer, 2024, in June, I look out, I'm working in my garden, I look across the road, and there's a drilling rig drilling samples in the bean field across the road from our house. And I guess I thought this project wasn't supposed to start till it had county approval, but yet this drilling rig was drilling core samples over there, driving through the neighbor's bean field. So I went over and started taking pictures, and it's amazing how fast those guys could work. They almost acted like they weren't supposed to be out there. Either that or they didn't want me to know they were out there, because they got done really quick. And when they got done with that field, they drove down across the Schaefer Road and drove into the other field. And so I took some more pictures. So it looked to me like the project had already started, but I didn't think there was any approval to be doing this. So I guess I'm kind of wondering who gave you approval to be out there doing that. And then about 2 weeks later, I saw the white truck in the third picture that I handed out. It was an environmental group that was walking around, they had guys walking around with hard hats walking across the field. And once again, I was thinking, who in the heck gave them permission to do this? I didn't think the project was started yet. So those are some of the things I'm kind of wondering about, I guess. The letter, it's a nice letter you sent us. I think it's about 6 years too late. You know, a lot of the other neighbors never even got a letter. I don't know how close you have to live to the project to get a letter, but we got ours last Thursday. So that's all I had.
All right. I do have a quick question for Rick Hall here. So typically, this type of activity, does that constitute, or Andy can answer it too, does that constitute a starting of the project? Is that the threshold? Does that cross the threshold that the project has started without permits or whatever?
Bill, thank you for your comments. I appreciate you coming today and sharing your concerns. To address what this is, so as part of the many regulatory agencies that oversee us, probably one of the most intensive and important is the civil design of the site. In order to get the necessary building and state stormwater permits, we have to do a very comprehensive civil design with a PE that is located in Indiana. This is a geotechnical study. They do coring samples of the site to determine the type of soil that there is, where the water table is, the corrosivity of the soil. All that goes into the analysis to produce the civil design that will ensure that there's not stormwater runoff, that we design the appropriate retainage basins. So this is in the same category for us as like a survey or environmental studies, which we've done on the site as well. So it's kind of the pre-construction work that any project would go through. So it's not related to construction, besides in as much as it prepares us to get the permits to actually construct. So I wanted to answer that question. Was there
I've got one more
Yes.
question. So could you just give me an example of a geotechnical report that would have a negative impact on that project?
Yeah, absolutely. You can have really poor soil. So, you know, many people may not know that we typically will use a C channel embedded in the ground rather than footings that are cemented, which obviously makes it easier to remove and return it to its agricultural use at the end of the project's life. But depending on the quality of the soil, you know, you may have to have a really long embedment. You could find rock that would require you to drill. You could have a high water table, which would, you know, disturb how you can move dirt because you'd have water runoff issues. All this is analyzed, evaluated by the Indiana, you know, PE, who then produces the civil plan that's approved by both the locals and the state agencies. So all that's reviewed by sort of independent, people that are independent to us. We, you know, rely on a third-party physical engineer, but then they send it to the state for approval, and then we'll take comments also from the state. If they say, hey, you know, we think your retainage basin needs to be bigger, or we're concerned about runoff on this area, and we provide the geotech as part of that, the information that they would review.
Anything in your experience that you've had a geotechnical report that would prevent you from doing a project?
If you ask our construction friends, they'll say, you can do almost anything that has a price. So if there's a lot of rock, you know, it would require a lot of drilling. It would probably make the project uneconomic in that case. So that's the kind of trade-off you'd have to make.
All right, thank you.
Bill asked a question. Why did you guys wait 7 years before you notified the neighbors?
So as we mentioned, we engaged with the public agencies. We were on the agenda publicly for this project. It was not, you know, hidden. Our applications to the PJM are also public, and so our leasehold interest is recorded with the county. Nothing that we've done is you know, hidden. We typically reach out at this point to engage with people who are like Bill is about the project, to take their input on the design of the vegetative buffer that we're going to install. That's part of our plan. And, you know, we want to work with you, Bill, so I encourage you to reach out directly to us to do that, so we can, you know, take his input. There is a significant setback from anyone who has a house within the project. I think it's 200 feet. And so it's already going to be 200 feet away, but in addition to that, they're going to know from the house. Setback, I believe in the ordinance, is from the house.
And then it depends on whether it's agricultural.
I think it's 25 feet.
25 feet for agro, and then it goes up to 75 feet depending on the classification of the adjacent property.
But we do have, well, if you have questions, you can come up and ask them. We'll be happy to respond to them. But in terms of Bill, we're happy to work with you in terms of the vegetative buffer.
Okay, yeah,
I got a question.
okay. Tom, okay, let's just hold off for a minute. We'll give you the opportunity to step up and speak.
My question's for Bill. When did you get that letter? When did you get your letter?
Last Thursday, FedEx.
Did anyone ever contact you before then?
No, that was the first,
Okay.
other than from our nephew.
It's a little upsetting. Ben, you was in my office three and a half months ago, so just stopped in. I told you, you want to get with the neighbors, you want to create some, you want to get this project done, go knock on their door, talk to them. Our correspondence downstairs wasn't very good at one point. I think I even told you to leave my office because it wasn't going very good. I had staff there. They wasn't very comfortable with our conversation either. I even told you we even had a new ordinance, kind of look at it, maybe kind of look at it, see maybe what you could do, maybe go by some of the ordinance and see what you could do with that ordinance. I said, go talk to them people. You said, yeah, maybe I could go talk to them people. I was under the stand, maybe you'd go see these people, and you just sent them a letter maybe a week ago or so. That's not doing any due diligence to get this project and being a good neighbor and a good steward to put a project in Huntington County. I called Rick Hall, your attorney, that same day. And for everyone's information, I know Rick Hall well. I'm a commissioner. I was on the Commissioners Association. I'm past president of the Commissioners Association. Rick Hall is legal counsel for the Commissioners Association for the state of Indiana. I'm past president of that association, commissioner of the year of that association, and he's represented that association well. I said, Rick, you want to put that project in Huntington County, look at the new ordinance and talk to your client and see what you can maybe do to make our people in Huntington County feel a little bit better. Go knock on some doors and see if you can make these people happy. That's what you do. I've done projects all over Huntington County. Heck, I build mobile home parks. Who wants a mobile home park next to their house? I go knock on the doors. Ben, you didn't go talk to these people and send them a letter a week ago? That really upsets me, dude. That's why we're here today. You got some hard questions to ask. I hope you can really answer these questions for these people today. Did you even look at our new ordinance? Are you going to do anything for these people? Really? Help them out. Sent them a letter a week ago. That's why they're upset. You got some hard questions to answer for these people. Look at them, do what we can. Rick, did you tell him? Did you talk to him? You know how I am. I tell you the way it is. I'm here for the people of Huntington County. Yeah, we have some agreements. They think we met behind closed doors. We didn't meet behind closed doors. Yeah, we have executive sessions because there's certain things we have to do and whatever. There's some documents that's not signed. Our legal counsel looked at it. We're going to be really looking at this to see what we can get done. But man, answer the questions. Quit blowing the smoke up their butts and answer the questions, and let's see what we can do to get this settled. I'm done, Rob. You guys answer your questions. You should have went and talked to these people. Shame on you. I'm done.
Called Ben, and the whole time he talked to him, he kept saying, how did you get my number? How did you get my number? And he wouldn't listen to him.
Okay,
Listen to the neighborhood.
Sorry, Rob, I disrupted your meeting. Go back to
no,
your
that's
list.
fine, Tom. Okay, we're gonna move on. Mark Brown, you're up.
Are they gonna answer the questions that are asked, or do we
Yeah,
just move on?
yeah, we are. Okay,
We haven't
you're-
answered Greg's questions, and he hasn't answered Mr. Bradford's questions, so we just follow up at the end, or do we?
no, we're going by each question. I got
Do they
a.
answer the questions, or we just move on to the next one?
Well, I'm not saying you're going to be satisfied with their answers. They're going to give you the answer that they feel like they want to give you.
Greg
And
asked
so,
about transparency. He said we had executive sessions with the commissioners, and we met with the drainage board, and there's no opportunity for somebody to follow up and make sure the questions answered. Mr. Bradford asked 4 questions, you jumped in and asked 2 more. He answered your questions and spoke to you.
Okay.
But to Mr. Bradford, he said, thanks for your questions, and didn't answer. Mr. Bradford's waiting on an answer. Mr. Whitcamp's waiting on an answer.
We can't,
What's the point?
this isn't a trial.
No, it's not a
We
trial.
can't, they gave the answers they thought were appropriate. You don't like them, I get
the
that. We
answers
can't
that
force
they
them to say
gave
anything.
might not be sufficient.
Yeah.
Okay, so I can't hold them to answer a question that they feel like, that you feel like isn't the right answer.
For the person, hey, you feel like the question was addressed? We just sent an email. Like, let's let them answer the question. That's what we're gathering from
All right.
this conversation. But if
Okay.
we're just gonna railroad the conversation and divert, then skip the dog and pony show, waste of time. If you don't want to answer the questions and let them do a political answer instead of having them answer, that's fine. But we're 2 months away from a deadline, 6 years into a project, and we don't have anything yet. And when do we get answers?
So, Chris, what you're saying is that when the answer has been given, you want to go back to that person and say, did your question get answered? Got it. Okay,
All right,
got it.
we'll do that.
Fair.
Okay, we'll do that. That's fair.
Chris,
Okay.
and I will tell you, I've never been in executive sessions with any of those people before on solar, ever. So,
You asked about transparency, they said they're having executive sessions. You guys
Yeah.
are saying you're not meeting behind closed doors. We'd like to, let's
well, that's
let that
not,
up.
Chris, that's not true. I have not, but.
I don't know, they're
Yeah.
saying it's true, they're saying it's not,
Yeah,
let's button
yeah.
it up.
Well, Chris, who do you believe?
don't know, I'd like Mr. Whitcamp to be satisfied, but I'm not satisfied, but if Greg feels like they addressed this question, then we move on.
Okay.
It seems like through COVID, all this got kind of hush hush and put underneath the rug and slipped out. That's the way we feel.
Yeah, I understand, I totally understand that,
Because
but-
if they hadn't been out here, and that's why they don't do it, if they came out and advertised and let people know, go to the neighborhood and talk to them, they would have found out early on, we did not want this.
right.
I just want to
Andy?
make one thing clear, and I understand this may not satisfy you also, but I am not aware of any violation of Indiana open door laws or any violation of,
Who makes the law?
well, not us. I understand. I just want to put that on the record that I'm not aware of any public access or open door laws that were violated. And my understanding, obviously I haven't been around since 2018, but every meeting that was supposed to be public was public. Every process that was supposed to be public was public. Those were open meetings. So to the extent that those doesn't satisfy you, I can't answer that. But I'm not aware of any violations of law. I just want to make sure that's clear.
Mr. Bradford's questions was, what meetings? And so they're saying that they've had meetings with the public. His question was, what meetings?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, yeah, go ahead.
You might as well just stand right there, because that thing doesn't work, and just talk out loud, like.
Okay, what I would ask is, if you have a statement to make or a question to ask, please step up to the mic.
First of all, I apologize if I misrepresented that executive sessions occurred, right? I may have misspoken, and my attorney corrected me that there were conversations that I had directly with members of both the county council and the county commission, ongoing dialogue, offering information periodically about economic impacts and those types of matters. And if I articulated that those were executive sessions and I misspoke, then that's on me, and I apologize if I created some confusion. The point I did attempt to make was that there was a great deal of, there were many public meetings that discussed this project over years. And all of those meetings were public record, and everything that we provided to the county was also public. Commissioner Wall, I do want to say simply that I took our conversation to heart from a few months ago. We have not yet started construction. We are working through and preparing for construction. We felt like it was appropriate to initiate a letter to invite, to prepare the neighbors that we would be reaching out to try to speak with them directly, as well as invite them to virtual information sessions and in-person open houses about the project. As you also mentioned, there was also mention of the new ordinance. Part of the reason that we have not engaged with the community in the way that we might on other projects over the last 18 months is due to the fact that there was county deliberations going on associated with a new ordinance. We did not want to be perceived in any way as trying to influence those county deliberations. That is a choice that we made as an organization. We don't insert ourselves into county business in that way. And that's a broad company policy that we have deployed across most of our projects. We are a private business that is simply here to try to keep our folks employed and be good neighbors. The updated ordinance, our understanding is that was recently codified. It has been finalized. We are working with that ordinance, and we're going to produce a document both for the commissioners and the community so that they can see all of the ways in which our project complies with that ordinance. We have talked to you today about the many different state and federal and local agencies that have jurisdiction over this project that we have to comply with. And much that is in that ordinance is already a requirement of this project. So I hope that answers some of the questions that have been raised in the last few minutes.
You mentioned drainage board meetings.
Chris, are you signed up to speak? Because we can't have this free-for-all from people from the gallery. With all due respect, sir, I respect your opinion, but if you would just step up to the podium or sign up, step up to the podium instead of,
Here, I'll sign you up, Chris.
snipering us from the gallery. I mean, basically, that's what you're doing. You need to sign up and state what you want to state, please.
My name is Chris Parker. You mentioned that you've been to a number of drainage board meetings. They've mentioned that they've been to a number of drainage board meetings. Can you tell us how many they've been to?
I've been to a couple also.
How many has Maple Solar said they've been, that was one of the ways that they've engaged the public?
He has not been at any. One, and then his staff has been a couple.
Back in 21, mid part of 21, is when they first initialized contact with the drainage board, and was at that time, I think twice they were there in 21, which Jay Poe was the county surveyor at that point. And they've been back since I've been the county surveyor, which is started in 23, I believe, once.
Was there COVID restrictions in place during that time? Social distancing, masks and otherwise?
In 21?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
No, I was there.
Yeah, because that was in mid 21. So, no, I don't
We also
believe.
received crossing.
We still need
There-
the microphones.
There was a number of requests that they had in 21. The only thing that has actually been approved was they requested 2 crossings for the 2 open ditches. Excuse me. And then there's a tile on the south side of Schaefer Road that there was a number of different proposals that were spoken about. Either taking the tile out, making an open drain down to the railroad, fencing in the existing tile. There was a number of things that was talked, but nothing ever was finalized. The only thing that's ever been finalized, which was in June of 21, was the 2 crossings. There's 1 crossing for the Palmer McPherson drain and 1 crossing for the EP Thompson. That is the only thing that has been approved to this point.
I believe those crossings were for construction purposes, or were they?
Correct,
permanent
that was for
installation?
traffic purposes only.
Right, those are temporary
To
provisions?
cross,
Correct.
correct. That's the only thing that's been approved to this point.
Okay. Anything you want to add to that, Ben? No? Okay. Mark Brown.
Mark Brown, Huntington County, and I guess my questions are mainly geared towards our commissioners here. This scope of project, and we're talking about the megawatts of power that's, going to be generated and stuff. Does Huntington County have the funds to put electrical engineering inspection firm on staff to monitor this? I know they say they will have their people and stuff in place, but don't we as a county have the due diligence to protect ourselves and make sure that we have somebody on staff to monitor that?
We've been in contact with other counties that, at least I've been in contact with other counties that have had similar systems like this put in. And to cover the staffing for that, we would have to hire an engineering company to come in and do that. And the blunt of them expenses would be put on the solar company. They would have to pay them expenses. That would not be put on Huntington County. So other counties that have solar fields in there, they charge the solar company for that. That's in them agreements.
Okay.
Do we get to pick who it is, though?
Yes, we get to pick that. They don't get to pick that, absolutely not. Yeah.
Okay, I guess my next question would be then.
And we have not discussed that.
Right.
We never figured we'd get that far
Right,
between me and you.
okay.
So,
And maybe my next question would be geared towards Dave or our gal with the county highway. As far as a traffic plan, Schaefer Road is not a highly developed county road, even though it ties into State Road 3. Will NDOT and Huntington County Highway work together to implement a critical traffic plan for that?
Right, so there's a road usage agreement. I'm not going to do a deep dive into it, other than there's, Andy, can you speak to that a little bit as far as the? We don't have one. No, but there is going to be one.
There will be one.
So.
Yeah, it's just, it needs to be finalized.
So it needs to be finalized, but there's a lot of things in place that are going to, like videoing the road as it is today versus how it is after they potentially start the project. And it's going to be very thorough on what they have to do to maintain the roads, the routes they're going to take to make it safe for people traveling to and from in those areas. So I can't give you an exact, I think there's a surety bond that's tied to the road use agreement.
Correct, yep.
They have to be bonded to pay for the repairs. They have to state what routes they're going to take and where they're going to be going from point A to point B. So
Well, where Schaefer Road flows through there, there's several wetland areas.
Right.
So that subgrade could be well below marginal, and when you start putting that kind of traffic on,
Right.
We could incur, hundreds of thousands of dollars of road repairs.
and that's not going to be on the county. It's going to be on the people.
But that's something that should be considered beyond just the scope of returning to like condition.
Right,
I mean,
right. Good, that's a good point, Mark.
Right.
Appreciate that. Can you gentlemen, do you want to speak to the road use agreement at all? I'm going to give you an opportunity.
It's pretty straightforward answer, I think, right? These are conventional agreements for construction projects.
Is there another mic over there, Swede, that they could use?
But, these are very straightforward from what I gather. They're construction agreements that impact all projects. It governs road traffic flow as well as bonding of the roads and other obligations between us and the county. But also beyond that, we have obligations to the state and county road and federal roads. So all this is addressed. And you also mentioned wetlands. Wetlands are also, surveyed and protected in some instances, and those are all,
Well,
obligations to the
I guess
project
my
like this.
my statement about the wetlands is because that Schaefer Road travels through, there's wetlands on both sides of that road. There's chances are that that road was built through a wetlands, so the subgrade could be a very marginal in that area too. Go ahead.
Just to further elaborate on what Ben said, under the road use agreement, the form of which was approved earlier, the company has the obligation to repair the roads. So the county and the company work together to determine which roads are the best to serve the project. With the input from the county engineer, obviously the county doesn't want certain roads used, or it has to make sense to them. And then the company has an obligation to repair those after the project's done. Well, one thing that the county is concerned about is, will they honor that obligation? So the way that the county ensures that that obligation is met is you have third-party security that secures that obligation. So before they use any roads, it's determined, how much estimated damage with the county's input will occur to the roads and what kind of repairs will be needed. And then they have to go out and get a rated surety bond or letter of credit that secures that obligation so that the county at the end of the day is left with good roads.
One more question, quick question. At last week's Drainage Board's meeting, Mr. Meehan talked about right now that the project is going to stay outside the scope of the legal drain, the 75-foot setback on each way. I would like to know how you plan to cross from one section to the other section, and same way from the south side across Schaefer Road, if we're not going to do anything as far as county drains. And I know Mr. Meehan made the comment about that we have to treat them the same as a utility company, but when it's a private company, I don't feel that we have to treat them as the same as a utility. We can put extra parameters and extra precautions, and and regulations on that for those type of crossings, whether it's aerial or underground, or however it may, they choose to build it.
They were going to utilize the two crossings for crossing, that's it. Nothing is going to be placed within that right of way. And what I was referring to is if they took the lines overhead, is to be no more restricted than any other utility company, is what the drainage code refers to. And that's the only requirement. The drainage board has no say. If they stay out of the right of way, they have no jurisdiction over it. They've already approved them for the two construction crossings.
Correct.
Not to place any permanent structures within those right-of-ways is what that was about.
So if we're going overhead, that's gonna be a 150-foot bridge or whatever. There's no
that's no
no
problem to
county
deal
code
with.
on that as far as elevation and length and stuff, as far as special,
Not to my knowledge, not through
Construction?
drainage code, no.
okay?
What's your plan? You get cross county ditches?
Yeah, I was kind of wondering, since we're speaking about that, you guys had initially talked about crossing the ditch 26 times, right? So if we're not crossing that ditch 26 times, how are we getting those lines if we're not going under? Is that what we're doing, going over?
So my understanding is that
Yes, step up to the mic,
Yeah.
please. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah. Because this would be a change of the plan.
yeah, our commitment is to maintain the design that was approved by the drainage board. And the two crossings, my understanding is that included meeting voltage,
I mean, included what?
the electrical connection as well.
No, there's no electrical crossing in ours.
Yeah,
got
if
two
that's not the
crossings.
case, then we would be overhead. And so it would look very much like a distribution line that you would see with the wooden poles
Okay.
and the three lines.
That'll be pretty. Oh, did I speak out loud? I'm sorry.
Was that a change from the original plan?
That's not I can't answer that question. If that passes that threshold of being a new plan, I can't answer that question.
Did they answer how to get through the road?
How to what?
How are they planning on getting wires across the road?
He just said poles overhead.
Going overhead.
Over the road?
Overhead, yeah, is what sounds like to me if they're not going to run it across the ditches, so. And they have to meet, obviously, they have to meet the standards that,
What's the height?
that's a question for somebody that's in that business. Gentlemen, do you have any idea what the required heights are?
Yeah, it would be like a wooden distribution line, you can see that up there. That's how it would depend on the span, you have to move it taller.
So that would be my question. With like Duke Energy, the electrical companies, and I know when we worked with out on 900 North, the different electrical companies, the amount of voltage that is in a line has to be so many feet above ground. And that's, I think that's National Electrical Code, and that's
Absolutely.
past my intelligence level. So
No,
you
exactly.
guys will give them plans to probably the Plan Commission, to Kim, basically.
Yeah.
So if there's certain electrical there, it will be maybe not a wood pole, maybe a metal pole, aluminum or whatever, and be so many feet above ground. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right.
Because that is a concern of the drainage board, because if it is an open ditch, it's through there, we want to make sure that our excavators have the amount of footage so that we don't arc while we're cleaning out a ditch between that hole or their top of their excavator and that electrical device. So
Absolutely.
that's why
So there's-
I hear the question out
No,
here
it's
about
great.
which code
It's a
it
great
is
question.
and whatever it
Yeah,
is.
so it's the
Okay.
National Electric Code.
Okay.
Furthermore, we're subject to inspection by the utility, the interconnecting utility, AEP. So
That's your electrical utility AEP?
Indiana
Power.
Okay.
Power.
Okay. Wait, you said two. Which one is it?
They're the same one.
It
AEP
is.
is Indiana Michigan
All
Power.
right, thank you.
Yeah.
Same one.
Is the above the parent company.
Gotcha.
So a couple things. We have the electrical plan that will be reviewed by your engineers, or if you engage a third-party engineer, we would have to comply, in order for them to approve us to even start building, they would have to review the National Electric Code and confirm that the design complies with that. So that's one level of review.
Okay.
The second review is that, as you can imagine, the utilities engineers have a lot riding on our interconnect being a good partner on the grid. And so they perform their own inspection, which complies with the federal and NERC requirements. So they're going to inspect the whole site as well. If we fail either of those things, we can't turn it on.
Gotcha.
Furthermore, there's a commissioning test. Your third-party engineers that you're going to, and that would work for the county, are going to come out, review the National Electric Code. If they see any violations, we can't turn it on. And so we'd have to address those before we can.
Okay, and I just want to clarify, you brought up the two crossings a few times. Them crossings are for equipment crossings. Them are not for electrical crossings,
Yeah,
okay?
they're
So I just want to make
construction
sure that's clarified, because Jerry is shaking his head agreeing with me. There was never crossings for your electrical underground. They were for equipment crossings in them ditches. Okay, we're all in agreement on that?
Yeah.
Sir,
Yeah.
are you in agreement with that? Good.
What I would say is that, what I will say on that is that, yes, we can go overhead, right? It
No,
may be-
that is not my question to you. You understand that that is a crossing for equipment. That is not
Oh, yes.
crossing for electrical.
Yes, understood.
There you go. That's
Yes.
all my question was to you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I did want to note one thing, for everyone's benefit, right? that we-
Don't turn my question around. I just want to make sure you know that's for equipment.
It's not specific, understood. I heard
Thank
a
you.
question that came earlier, and I wanted to make sure that, right, the medium voltage, there are de minimis crossings, right? So it's not going to just be endless wires in the sky, right? There's one or two crossings that I can identify by memory. I just want everyone to understand that.
Yeah, I just hope it don't look like a zip line. That's great.
Okay, real quick before we move forward, Mark, did you get your questions answered? Okay. All right, I just want to make sure that everybody gets their questions answered. I'm sure not everybody's going to like the answers they get or feel like it's, like Chris said, a political statement, but we're going to keep moving here. So next person on the list is Kenneth Polson. Kenneth, would you like to step up?
We'll let Jody do that.
Oh, Jody? Okay, yeah. Jody Davenport.
I have questions pertaining to the ordinance under which you guys are going to operate. On the ordinance, letter C, compliance required, it states, you must fully comply with provisions of this ordinance. I mean, that's the ordinance. So, we had a change of plan with electrical and crossing, ditches and overhead and everything. Is that plan, commissioners, subject to, since it's a change, is that plan then subject to the new ordinance, since it's a change?
That would be a question for an attorney who's sitting here. He can
It was
probably-
my understanding that it requires a new, anything that's changed has to fall under the new ordinance.
I think we addressed this in the last meeting, but it was our interpretation and our belief that there's a threshold in that ordinance of a substantial change to the I don't remember the exact language, but a substantial change to the project that, in my advising, the commissioners didn't feel like this change rose to the level of that substantial of a change.
Okay, you still in agreement with that, commissioners?
Well, I think.
And Kim agreed with me too, I think she left, yeah.
I think, Jody, we have to take our advice from our attorney. We can't do it just because it fits everything for most of the people in this room, to kill the project at the risk of getting the county sued. Because, I mean, realistically, disturbing the ground and digging something is kind of intrusive into the earth. Putting something overhead is not. So we were advised by our attorney that would be a rabbit hole that would get us sued if we went down it, so.
Even though it's part of an ordinance and the plan was approved?
Well, he's the attorney, not me.
Because the ordinance says that they must fully comply with provisions of this ordinance, so, okay, just that note. And G2, a solar energy system project owner must demonstrate by a sound study to the Development Plan Committee, the SES system will operate in a manner such that the sound attributable to the SES system will not exceed an hourly average level, blah, blah, blah. Has this study been completed?
So we haven't performed a specific sound study. However, we use the spec sheet on its inverter and the transformers that make the noise. And so we've located those far enough away from the border of the project not to exceed the county standards.
Okay, so
And we
you're,
can
so.
demonstrate that.
So you're telling me that you have not completed a study? You're
We haven't
going
done
by
a separate
past
sound-
experience?
So the equipment that we install has a sound rating. And based on our consultation with our engineers, we can locate that far enough away from the border of the site to comply with the requirement of the zoning. So our engineers had that and designed it in that way, and we could demonstrate that.
And that includes residents as well? It won't affect any residents, that study?
Yeah, so we do it to the property boundary, so the residents obviously are on the other side of that, so even
Okay.
less sound at that level.
Okay.
Quick question for Jody. Jody, do you want them to answer about how they feel, what designates a change of plan? Because our
Sure.
attorney has actually, so I want to make sure your question's
Sure,
answered.
because that's a debatable
Yeah, so,
subject.
I agree with you, Jody.
so, do you want to,
So we will comply with the original approval. That is our obligation, and we will do so.
So does that mean you're going back to going underneath the ditch then?
Oh, no. Oh, so I think with regards to the drainage board crossing approvals, we will adhere to the drainage board crossing approvals.
So it goes back to the drainage board?
No. I don't believe that that's what I'm suggesting. The approvals that we currently hold, right, we will adhere to. That's it.
Okay,
So we won't change anything.
okay.
Let me clarify a little bit, Terry. Back in '21, when they requested for the crossings, there were a number of other subjects talked about with the tile. The original plan never had them crossing other than those two crossings. That's when the ideas got kicked around between the drainage board and between Maple Solar on either removing the tile and putting an open ditch, reducing the right-of-way on one side or the other. They never actually changed other than the two original crossings.
Okay.
Does that clarify a little bit?
Yep.
Okay, so
Yep.
it's not getting changed much, okay.
Okay, and then under N, emergency contact signage and response plan. N2, project site team together with the local emergency responders shall develop an emergency response plan during construction or immediately after the project. My question is, will local emergency management be allowed to enter a facility to extinguish a fire? Will they be allowed, because it's going to be gated, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And
So-
will our local emergency management be allowed to go in and extinguish that so that everybody's crops in the fall don't catch on fire, should there be a fire within the facility?
That's a great question. So we work very closely with emergency management systems. That says, during construction and after was obviously aimed at the operation, but we do this during the construction period because it will be fenced because
Right.
obviously you're building and you don't want people wandering to the site. So we will lock the gates, but the emergency management folks will have keys to that.
Local.
Absolutely, yeah, the local fire
Okay.
department, EMS, will have those keys and we'll have training. We also comply with National Fire Protection Code, I believe is the title, don't quote me on that part. And so there's certain widths and a compaction of the roads that we have to provide, as well as turnarounds to allow emergency vehicles to enter the site and get to wherever they
Okay.
need to go. So that's.
But you're guaranteeing that the local emergency management, because in other counties, they have said this, and then when the fire occurs, the local emergency management all of a sudden has not been allowed in.
Yeah, that's not the case with our sites. We provide those
Okay.
keys to the locks.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have any kind of a guarantee for non-participating farmers should crops be destroyed because of a fire that has gotten out of hand?
So we don't typically sign a separate agreement, but I believe we'd be liable. Yeah, we're insured, so if we were to damage another person's property, I
Total
believe
crop replacement?
that would be insured and replaced.
Total crop replacement would be, I mean, that's somebody's livelihood.
I think it would be down to the legal matter, but.
That's their damages that they cause.
Pardon?
If that's the damages that were caused by their fire, then they're going to need to remedy and make them whole.
Okay, because crop insurance, a farmer's crop insurance will not cover a fire from a solar installation because it's not an act of God. So, all right. Let's see. Sorry. Under T4, a SES facility shall submit a drainage maintenance plan, a map of proposed public drainage crossing locations, we've established that, proposed schematic drawing of crossings. Have these been submitted? All three of those? That's on the ordinance.
Microphone right there. Right, any obligation in the ordinance we have to adhere to, or else the county can take action against us.
So this is going to occur before the project begins, October 27th, correct?
Bef-
Before your permit expires?
I think I can clarify that. The construction doesn't have to begin, they need to obtain their permit, but they have 2 years to begin construction after they get their permit.
Okay.
But in order to receive their permit, they will have to comply with all the requirements of the ordinance
Okay.
and the planning department's requirements.
And you plan on submitting those three?
We will comply, yes.
Okay. Okay, and we've talked about the road access study that will need to be conducted. An independent engineering firm will produce a comparative video report detailing road conditions before and after the project. So you will complete that?
Yes.
Okay,
If it's helpful, the county isn't going to agree to sign anything if they don't complete the obligations that they're required to do under the agreement. I mean, I think that's post-agreement,
Okay.
the videoing comes, but.
I'm just bringing these to light.
Okay, I got you.
I'm just bringing these
I understand.
things to
I got you.
light for
I
the
got you.
public.
Okay.
Okay, decommissioning agreement. Have plans been submitted? That is, what is that? Oh, go ahead.
So same answer. Like the road use agreement, it's one that we need before we can start, and it will be completed. This is a normal course for us. You wouldn't know this, but we have a decommissioning obligation to the private landowner that we're working with, so we're already on the hook for that. The county asked for additional security
Okay.
on top of that, which we've agreed to, and we'll complete.
Okay. And then I have questions relating to site preparation. Are you removing topsoil?
So we engage a PE firm that's locally based, that has their certification from Indiana, to prepare a civil plan that's to the satisfaction of the county as well as the state regulators. It's very involved. It
That didn't
involves
answer
all
my
sorts of-
question. It's a yes or no?
Jody, I'm working up to the
Okay.
up to the answer. So as part of their analysis, they produced that report. Okay, I apologize. Explain again what the report was that you asked about?
No, I'm asking about site
So,
preparation.
okay.
Right.
So they prepare an analysis that requires a civil design that complies with both the county and the state rules, okay? That will require retainage basins, it will require us to typically enhance the on-site drainage tile. All that is taken into consideration. Our direction to the civil design team is to move as little dirt as possible because it's very expensive, right? We don't want to disturb anything. We are obligated to disturb in as much as we have to comply with the stormwater requirements.
So topsoil could be removed?
Almost never, almost never.
Okay, because a lot of other companies are removing topsoil and selling the farmers topsoil.
No, we do not do that. So typically if there was a large retainage basin, we would move the dirt out from that and put it on site.
It would remain on the farmer's land?
On site, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not something that we do.
Okay, will sand or gravel be hauled in during the construction time in these fields and will
Yes.
be replaced?
Yes.
Okay, so if you're in the ordinance.
But just to clarify, Jody, on the sand and gravel, it's to do the roads.
I get that.
Yeah, it's not
But in the
spread
ordinance, it states
elsewhere.
that you must return it to the same condition. How are you going to remove all the sand and all the gravel and address also the compaction issues that the farmer's going to have in the future? I mean, how are you going to sift out all the gravel, all of this, get the sand out, then put the topsoil on? I mean, I'd like to know how you're going to do that.
So we have our obligations to the landowner to return the site to its
Correct.
original condition, as well as to the county, and we'll comply with that. And if it is expensive, it's also expensive to remove all the panels, so it's just part of the decommissioning process.
Okay. Still didn't explain how you're going to do that, and mitigate the compaction issues. I mean, that land is going to have compaction issues for years and years.
They've never done it before, they don't know.
I'm looking out for the farmer here, whose land he or she has leased to you. If in the ordinance it states that you must.
We have obligations, as you're pointing out, to return it to its original use. We also have obligations in our private agreement with the landowner to do the same, and those are our obligations that we will comply with. And so, I mean, we're building a large site. We have the resources to then undo that at the end of the period.
Jody, some great questions there. We got to move on here.
Yeah,
Appreciate you.
I'm done.
Appreciate
That was
you.
my last one
All right.
anyway, so.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah, we got a long list here, Don. Yeah, we're going to let you speak. Kenneth Polson, sir, do you want to step up and say a few words or have a question?
My question is, why or how have you just sat down and put yourself in the people's shoes on their lives? And if not, why? And because you're ruining 4 or 5 people's lives by doing this. The van value will go way down. They'll be stuck with looking at them every single direction. They'll be looking at these solar panels. Have you ever really put yourself in that idea, what you would like about that?
Well, first of all, thank you for being here, and I appreciate you expressing your concerns. We have a vested interest in protecting the private property rights of the property owner that we're working with. We also recognize that we have to be a good steward of land and a good neighbor, and we are obligated to do that in many, many ways, and the county has put certain requirements on us as well to make sure that we are a good actor. And just like many people, we will do the best we can, and I recognize that it's unfamiliar, but these projects over time integrate seamlessly with the community, and that is ultimately our experience. And we pay significant taxes and support the communities that we operate in, just like any good business person would.
My next question is, what did these people that's going to be completely surrounded, the home's going to be worth nothing, the land's going to be worth nothing, what did they do to you guys to I don't know just how to put it, but to cause you to want to destroy their lives?
Thanks, Kenneth. I appreciate your obviously heartfelt sentiments. Are you one of the neighbors that's directly affected?
No, but I got relation that is one of them it's going to happen to them.
Okay. I appreciate that. We'd love to hear from them directly, and we'd love to work with them. We would love to hear from your relation that's directly impacted and work with them directly on what we can do to mitigate the impact. As Ben mentioned,
I can't speak up for my own relation.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
I say, I can't speak up for my own relation?
Oh, absolutely you can, but I would love to hear from them if they're directly impacted, because we can work with them directly on the mitigations for their property.
And on top of that, if I'm right, it's going to be within 25 feet of the farm buildings and 75 feet of the house?
No, there's a 200-foot setback from the residences, as well as there'll be vegetative buffer between them and the site.
Well, I must have misunderstood that part of it. I'm sorry about that.
No problem, Kenneth. I mean, there's a lot of information going around, and so that's why I think it would be helpful for us to look at the exact situation, because we are open to doing what we can to mitigate it. And it's been our experience that it doesn't destroy people's lives. It's less intensive than a normal farming operation once the construction is complete. Literally, there's visits. Obviously, if there's maintenance, we monitor the site remotely, but there's visits once a quarter once it's constructed. So way less activity. We find that people hardly notice it once it's integrated into the community. Now, I won't say that that's going to be your experience, but that's been many people's experience, and we do what we can to make sure that's the case by investing in a vegetative buffer that would protect the view of your relation that's next to the site.
So how are you going to protect the value of their farms and their home?
So I think the ordinance that's in place that we are complying with balances those interests. That's what it's meant for. That's what the zoning is meant for, is to balance the interest between a private property owner and the rest of the community and make sure that there's not too much impact. And we think that it's a reasonable ordinance, and we intend to comply, as we said, with it, and we believe that will protect the value of the surrounding landowners.
Thank you, Kenneth.
Thank you, Kenneth. Appreciate that.
You're going to give us a break. Huh? You're going to give us a break? No, we're going full steam ahead. Gary or Jill Yount want to come up and speak, please? You got a lot on your list. I got one. I'm going to keep going. I'm going to slip out here.
Jill Yount. I'm sorry, I guess I'm not a neighbor because I only live a mile south, which kind of offends me because I'm concerned about the runoff affecting our well. I have one question. you do need to clean the solar panels. So all I'm asking for is the name of the solvent and the MSD that goes with it. Can you provide that to me?
So typically, we don't clean the solar panels. And if we do, it would be with water.
Straight water.
Yeah. Yeah. So it doesn't economically make sense to clean them because the rain gets enough of the dirt off. There is some, but we've done analyses because we have dozens of these projects operating all over. And the cost to go out and use the water and clean them doesn't make up for the additional energy that we produce out of it. So we typically don't wash the panels.
Then why is IDEM now checking the particles coming into the wells and things around the solar panels?
Well, I think it makes sense to always be, on the lookout for those kind of things. There's no, we don't use, chemicals that would damage water in the panels. They're also encased. And there's no evidence that solar does have a negative impact on water quality. But of course, we always want to be on the lookout if that were to pop up at some point, but there's no evidence of that.
And are you aware that Warren has a volunteer fire department that will be first on the scene?
I wasn't aware of that, but I was a member of a volunteer fire department, so I'm very familiar with those organizations, and they're very professional, and they go through a lot of training, and we would work directly with them to train them on entering the site and how to shut the site off.
I don't think you're aware that Warren is a very close-knit community, and they're very upset that they have not been reached out to, because these gentlemen are a little bit concerned that they do not have the proper equipment, they don't know what's going on, and like it was mentioned before, if our crops catch on fire, it's not good. And so, as Lee said the other day, the only thing that they know they're aware of is all they can do right now is put their trucks out there and keep the water on the outside and keep the land along the road wet.
Well, we'd be happy to do additional training if they feel unfamiliar with the projects. But what we do typically train them on, just so you're aware, is we'll educate them as to where the shutoff is for the entire site, and we'll give them the access to access that. And so if there were a fire, typically the first step would be to shut the power, if it's safe, off to the entire site. And so
Well,
that's
do
something
they
that
even
we-
have the right equipment to fight this?
The normal fire equipment is sufficient,
Okay,
yeah.
that's all I had. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, Mike Thompson, you're up, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Mike Thompson, farmer, business owner. Some of you may know me from Facebook over the last year and a half. I got a question for Maple Solar. How many panels are going to be on that farm?
We don't have the exact count today, but it will be over 100,000.
And where are you getting those panels from? Where are you purchasing them from?
We source our materials from, all over the world. Is there a specific concern that you have about where we source the panels from?
What company are you purchasing your 100,000 plus panels from?
There is a approved list of vendors that we refer to as, essentially first tier, and we will procure panels from first tier vendors that are, they meet all the regulatory and financial standards that you would expect for, a bank underwriting or similar.
So you have not purchased any panels as of today?
As of today, we have not procured panels.
Okay.
Just to be clear, that would be very conventional approach for a project at this stage.
Will you be working with purchasing any panels from Canada Solar? Are they on your approved list?
Canadian Solar, they are a Chinese company, which may be what you're referring to. They do have manufacturing facilities in the United States and Canada. It's very confusing that Canadian Solar is a Chinese-owned company. So typically, we wouldn't buy from them because there are significant tariffs on any modules that are made in China, as well as many other countries. Our desire is to source the panels made domestically. But again, we will place that procurement order once, construction starts typically, or a couple months before.
Will any of the panels that you purchase have components that are from China?
Most likely not. Components is tough if there's like a connector or something. There is, it's highly regulated, and there's a lot of tariffs, as you know, on Chinese imports, and so generally we try to avoid them where possible, and certainly we won't be buying modules from China.
Have you secured funding for this project? Have you secured all the funding necessary for this project?
So we have secured all the funding to develop the project. Once we are ready to go to construction, then we would go and get our construction facility. So all that is not yet complete.
Are you going to provide those impacted in nearby Maple Solar with a property value guarantee as to protect them of their home value if and when their home value devalues?
So our intention is to comply with all the regulations that apply to us, including the zoning ordinance that we've been discussing in our approval, as well as the drainage board. That does not include a property value guarantee. It's our belief that based on our compliance with the ordinance, we'll have limited impact on neighboring properties.
So it's your thinking is that your 300-acre project that surrounds several homes on all, not one, not two, not three, but all four sides of their house will not affect their home value? That's your stance, Maple Solar?
So first of all, I appreciate the question that you're bringing up. It's regarding the impacts to neighbors. We will work directly with those neighbors, and that is a commitment that we are making today. Property value guarantees have shown up in Indiana. Those are quite unfamiliar for projects like these. It reads to me, just speaking off the cuff, as a clear violation of an individual's property rights. I am not an attorney, but I would really question the legality or enforceability of an agreement like that. The construct of a property value guarantee is only cropping up in an effort to undermine an individual's property rights to use their land at the highest and best use as they see fit. And it's designed to undermine projects like this, and that's the only reason it's shown up or even been discussed, because I don't really see that as constitutionally correct in any meaningful way. I mean, people's property values can be impacted by many, many things, right? People can neglect their property. The economy can shift. Jobs can leave an area. Interest rates can move, right? How can you define specifically who's responsible for what when it comes to the value of somebody's property? And once again, I deeply question encroaching on somebody's right to make a living for their family and their future.
Me too. That's why we need a property value guarantee like St. Joe and Madison County. I'm glad you mentioned the landowner of this project. As you look around the crowd, you'll notice he's not in here today. He's never been in one of the meetings about the solar. I'm just curious, if your project needs to re-sign a lease, have you talked to that landowner? Would he be willing to re-sign a lease?
I'm not going to opine on a private agreement, and we are going to comply with any obligation with a private party that we create.
I just wanted it to be known that that landowner has since said he regrets signing up with Maple Solar, And given the chance that this expires, he would never sign up again. I also wanted to ask the question, do you know who farms the 300 acres Maple Solar tends to build on right now?
Okay. So you're asking me specifically if I know who farms the property?
Correct.
I have had private conversations with the landowner, and I have awareness of who manages that farm. And that's all I will speak to.
Yeah, it's the landowner's son-in-law. I'd like you to know that he has a no solar sign in his front yard. They are 100% opposed to this project. The neighbors are opposed to this project. The community is overwhelmingly opposed to this project. The commissioners, all three, have signed in a solar ban on prime farm ground. They are opposed to this project. We want to know what the hell you guys are doing. No one wants it. We don't want you here. Okay? It's nothing against you personally. You're trying to make a buck. No one wants you here. The federal government doesn't want you here. Trump, last week, president, said it was solar and wind on farmland is the scam of the century. And you've probably heard in the news, federal funding is getting cut. All right? It's being wiped out. Right? We don't want you here. Thank you.
So I'm going to respond to one part of that, and that is this. As we alluded to in our introduction, we compete in the competitive wholesale electricity market. We are a private enterprise. We have nothing to do with federal policy. We simply make a determination as to what part of the marketplace that we can compete in, and we have made the determination that this project is competitive. It's very straightforward.
Next up is Darwin or Gail Gardy, or Darwin and Gail.
Good morning. Thank you. Some of my questions have already been hit on, but one question I have, I think, are very important. It says, are you registered with the state of Indiana? Yes or no? Are you registered with the state?
Yes, Maple
State-
Solar is
State
incorporated
utilities?
in
Okay.
the state of
It
Indiana.
does not show that you're registered with the state of Indiana. So that's interesting.
Can I just, are you asking specifically about like utility registration? Or are you asking about the registration of the business?
Utilities,
So we're not a utility.
business. Are you
So
registered
we're
business?
not a utility, we're
Are
just
you
a private
registered as
business.
business?
Yes, Maple Solar is registered as a business.
Okay, thank you. Okay, MISO, Mid-Continental Independent System Operation, oversees the grid and openly states that they don't need any more intermittent, weather-dependent, unreliable energy. They need a consistent base load power. One of my questions would be for you, do you have permission already to connect to the grid?
So the administrative body that you're referring to, the Midwest Independent System Operator?
Yes.
Does not govern our project. We are connected to the Pennsylvania, Jersey, Maryland Interconnect, which is referred to as PJM, and we have permission to connect.
Okay. Another question I have for you on the best battery energy storage systems. Okay, with your projects being intermittent and not constantly providing power, how are you going to handle the off hours with your power? What are you going to do with that energy? Are you storing it?
So this is a solar-only installation, and so there's no battery associated with it.
So you're not going to, down the road, you're not going to look at a plan to put in a battery storage system unit with this?
No.
Okay? One question I had going back, I didn't feel was answered completely on the lady who asked you about, she's a mile from the project, was worried about the water and the runoff and the cleaning of the panels you mentioned. What type of chemicals are on the face of this on the panels to help with the rain runoff on the panels so they keep cleaner. What chemicals are you putting on those panels? You said there's no chemicals on the outside.
Yeah, I don't believe there are any chemicals. It's a front sheet that's a polycarbonate. And so whatever the chemicals would be associated with, there's no surface that would, run off.
From studies I've seen, a lot of them, they put a chemical on there, which is hazardous, to help repel the water, help repel the dirt and stuff, so the panels try to remain what little efficiency they are, to try to remain more efficient. So I just wondered on that, what you guys will have on that.
That's not my understanding, our understanding, and there's a lot of, obviously, effort around this, and there's been no evidence of any type of runoff from solar projects that's detrimental to drinking water.
So I believe you mentioned you're not federally or state funded, it's all privately funded?
Correct. We as a company, we're an employee-owned company. We take no money from state or federal agencies and grants and so forth. The project itself is eligible for incentives, tax credits, like all energy projects are of some sort or another.
So you will be getting some money from state or federal? Okay.
It's not money that we receive. It's issued in the form of a tax credit.
From my pocket to yours.
That's not refundable.
Okay. When do you expect this project to be fully operational?
It's our intention to start construction early next year, in the first quarter after the thaw. We would expect to be fully operational in 2028.
One thing I would leave this, you keep talking about being good neighbors. And as you mentioned, as Mike mentioned, the community, county, we do not want this. You come in, you put the cart before the horse, you come in and did everything on the board as a business, knowing the people didn't know about this. You did not speak to the community. That's not being a good neighbor. I don't go and do something and tell my neighbor I did it. And when they're now that you know it's objectionable, you haven't started it yet, we're just now getting to know about the meetings and all that. We'd ask you to be that good neighbor. This is your chance to protect our land that we value. You may not live here, but it's valuable to us. So we'd ask you to say no to this project, to move on to somebody else, because this county completely is against this project. So thank you for your time today.
His wife, Gail. Gail?
My name is Gail Gardy. Some of my questions have already been asked, so I'll go on from there. The Huntington Development Plan waived a stormwater management and traffic management plan. How will Maple Solar prevent runoff into local water supplies and handle the extra traffic? Maple Solar and other solar developers hold landowner accountable for ground contamination affecting nearby neighbors. Who is responsible in the lease with the landowner if a contamination issue occurs? The landowner or you, the solar developer? And of the 100,000 panels that will need to be supported by vast amounts of steel pylons being driven into several feet into the ground, how will you keep from puncturing the miles upon miles of underground drainage tiles below the surface? If a landowner has drainage issues under construction and post-construction of this project, how will you rectify this situation?
Thank you, Gail. Appreciate your insightful questions. I think I got them all, but let me know if I missed anything. think your first question was about the stormwater. We absolutely need a stormwater permit. That's a permit that's issued once those civil designs are completed, and we can file with the state and the county, and they review those designs, and they're specifically to address what you appears to be one of your main concerns, which is runoff onto adjoining property. That is what the civil design is meant to evaluate, what the potential is for the runoff, and then specifically mandates us to implement whatever mitigation is necessary to reduce or eliminate that runoff to the state required levels. So that it can include installing new drain tile. It can include installing drainage basins. It can include making sure that there's vegetative, buffer to the drain areas. And so all that's incorporated. We engage a third party that's certified in Indiana. Then the county as well as the state review that, provide comments, and then we're obligated to comply with that design before we can start construction. So all that happens to mitigate the stormwater impacts that you were mentioning. The road use agreement will be completed before the construction initiates. So that will be done as the county attorney was describing. The groundwater, if there were an issue with groundwater, it would be our responsibility, right? We're the one that, in that case, would have caused the problem. It would be our responsibility to address and correct. There's zero evidence that I'm aware of that solar projects have had this impact. It's certainly our intention not to, and we don't believe we will have that impact. But if there were something to happen, it would be our responsibility, not the landowners. And then on drain tile, so we have the county drain tile on site, which is located and we know about. There's, I believe, other private drain tile that we have an awareness of where it is. And that will be incorporated into the civil design. And in most cases, we'll be obligated to reinforce or expand the current drain tile that's on site.
Okay. On the contamination, if there was one, and if it affected the landowner, what if it affected the neighboring ones that weren't? Would you take care of that too?
Well, absolutely, it'd be our responsibility, and we, have significant insurance policy to cover those kind of damages. Okay. Again, we don't believe that that's going to be the impact, but if it were, we would be responsible.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing I might add on as far as the drainage, because the drainage board was updated last Thursday about this, and one of the requirements is for them to actually locate where the tile is to make sure that they are out of that 75-foot right-of-way, so that when they do put up their fences, we know exactly where the tile. As some of you know, sometimes the tile on GIS is not exactly accurate, so it will be located as well as a requirement.
The drain tiles you're talking about, are those just the county or also private?
Just the county's the only thing that we have data on.
What do you do with the private tiles that we have?
I believe you did answer that. Okay, Mr. President?
Yeah.
We have a public hearing at 10:15. What I'd like to see is take a short break from this. I do not want to interrupt these proceedings, do our public hearing at 10:15 if it's at your will. Get our public hearing done, then come right back into this so you can go through your list. Because I do not want...
That was the plan. We're going to let everybody speak that's on this.
I want them to speak, if that's okay with you.
No,
too.
that was the plan.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah. So we've still got a few minutes before we have the public hearing.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah, we got 6 minutes.
Okay.
And the next person that gets to speak is Luke Sword. Luke, are you here?
Gretchen, will you go, in case the people for the public hearing go downstairs, will someone go down there and make sure they come up here, one of you, or somebody? And then tell Greg Ricker just asked me about the public hearing. Let him know we'll just do it up here. Okay. Thank you.
I believe I heard that in the opening statement that you guys been in business for like 40 years. And solar business. solar, how long have you been in the solar business, I'm asking?
So how long have we been in the, so the statement was that between the two of us, we have 40 years of experience in the energy business.
Gotcha.
The company that we are currently with was founded in 2009. We've specifically been in renewable energy and solar since 2010.
It's my understanding the life expectancy of solar panels is approximately 20 years. Is that true?
Thank you, Luke, for the question. So I think you may be referring to the guarantee that you'll get from the manufacturer. They will warranty or guarantee the production of their modules for 20 to 25 years typically. And that is related to the degradation, how much they'll produce each year. And so they'll guarantee that, which I think may be where that number that you're referring to comes from. The industry standard is, to plan for these projects to be active for 35 to 40 years typically. Because there's no reason that once a panel degrades to a certain level, it doesn't continue to produce energy. It will. And so that's how, we're looking at Maple and how the industry in general looks at solar.
Okay. I guess what I'm getting to is that you guys, you've been around since 2009, so I think I already know the answer to this. You have not decommissioned any of your sites that you've built to the point?
That's true. We haven't had to, well, that's actually not true. We have decommissioned a rooftop that we did for a county building. They decided they didn't want it anymore, so we went and decommissioned that. Myself, we were involved in a coal repowering where we decommissioned a coal plant and repowered it as a biomass plant. And so we do have that experience of repowering a energy facility.
Not the same. Okay. I guess my biggest concern is, with the federal government no longer funding, solar, electrical type energy that, electric cars and what have you, going down that path. Where's our guarantee that you guys are even going to be around to do the decommissioning?
Well, I appreciate the concern I think you're raising is what's the community's guarantee that the facility will be decommissioned if and when it needs to be?
That you will be around.
So what I will state is that this is pretty straightforward, and that's why thoughtfully the county has asked us to put a decommissioning agreement in place that requires a bond that the county can call on if, for some reason, the private owner is not able to, or excuse me, if the company is not present to decommission the facility.
Okay. I guess all my other questions have been answered.
Thank you, Luke. Appreciate it. At this time, we're only a couple minutes away. Deb, can you do this in 2 minutes, or you want to? We got to open this public hearing at 10:15, so it'd probably be best if we just go ahead and take a minute break here. We're going to open a public hearing at 10:15, then we're going to come back and go down through the rest of the list. Deb, you'll be first once we come back from the public hearing. And
are they here, Greg?
no, they're not. They're not going to be here.
Oh, they're not coming?
No.
Okay.
No, but we can still gonna hold the public hearing.
So this is going to be pretty straightforward?
Yeah, this is gonna be pretty quick, this public hearing, so just don't stray too far if you wanna stay for the public hearing. So I just ask that people hold off on their comments till we get through the public hearing, and we'll get back to exactly what we're gonna do here, so. Ready? Okay, we're gonna start the public meeting, so what can I help you with? We'll let you come in at the end, how's that? All right, just stay tight, so. Where you live? Okay.
Yeah, so Mike and Chris and Bobby and Elsie.
Okay, over in the Anderson area.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for coming in.
It's so nice to meet you guys.
Hi.
I've just never met you all. I try and meet all the elected officials.
Yeah, so you're in politics in the Anderson area? Or?
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, a little bit, but I'm an attorney down there.
Oh, okay.
So I've been all over the state, and solar stuff.
I don't think I have any cards on me.
Give me a minute. Okay, public hearing for Mildred Wheeler, 8187 North, 900 West Huntington. We got Department of Community Development here, Greg Ricker, and his assistant. We're going to speak to this issue we've got with this property. So Greg, go ahead.
Jessica.
Jessica, okay, Jessica.
Just real quick, these are the latest pictures from this morning. These are back to paper. Nothing's changed.
Oh,
Other than they've got
it's got worse.
Okay, Jessica.
All right, so we did an order of enforcement on this on June 11th. On July 14th, this came before you, nobody showed up. You ordered to give them until August 11th to take the house down themselves. They obviously have not, so at this point, I guess you can order for the county to take it down.
That's your recommendation?
That's our recommendation, yes.
Greg, you've been out there, we've got some pictures here, it's,
Yeah, the only thing that's changed from the last picture is they've secured the door and somebody's mowed, but the roof's, it's really bad shape. The whole house is inhabitable and it's leaking pretty bad, so.
So you have had contact with the owner, correct?
No. We did at first.
At first, okay.
And then they stopped answering our
Okay,
call.
all right. Any other discussion, Tom or Terry, on this matter before we
No.
go out of the public hearing? So anybody else have any comments? If not, I'm going to close the public hearing. And gentlemen, what's your pleasure here?
I say order enforcement, give them 30 days to get it out of there. They totally ignored you, or ghosted you.
So that'd be your motion
That would be Wall's
for
motion, yes.
demolition?
Yes.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. No opposition, so we're going to proceed with the order of enforcement. Get a few signatures here. Jessica.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Yep.
All right.
Okay,
Thanks for the air conditioning, appreciate it.
so next person to speak is Deb Sword. Deb, can you step up, please? She in?
They're out in the hallway, I believe.
She what?
She had an appointment,
Okay, all right.
You did say Deb Ford, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Greg, tell the ones out there we're ready to start again.
Is Margot in here or is she outside?
Marcus there.
Margot, yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah, you step up to the mic, please.
Hi, my name is Margot Brenninger.
And I have a question for the two of you, and only between God and you will know whether you answer it truthfully. But if you had your family surrounded all four sides of solar, would you live there? Would you raise your children there? Yes.
So we do what we can to minimize the impact.
That's
to
not
make
what
it-
I asked.
Please
I
let me
asked
answer,
you.
Margot, let me answer the question, please. We do what we can to minimize the impact to our neighbors. And we do that by having significant setbacks as well as having a vegetative buffer, all in compliance with the rules set forth by the county. And so absolutely, I would live there. And I think it would be safe for anyone else to live there. And it's going to be a lot quieter and a lot less
So you
activity
can say
than a
that in
normal
front of
farming.
God and everybody?
Margot, if I can finish. That is how we determine the property rights of the landowner and balance that with the property rights of other people. And we're going to comply with all of those rules. And we believe those respect both the property rights of us, our project, as well as our landowner, as well as the surrounding community. And we're committed to that. And over and above that, to the extent that people have specific, that are neighbors, are you a neighbor?
Yeah,
You are?
yeah.
Where are you located?
1209 East, 300 North.
Okay. We're happy to work directly with you to take your input on the impact.
Do you have any solar around your property?
Where I
Where you
live?
currently live?
No.
Do you?
No.
Thank you.
Hank Miller.
Good morning, Hank Miller. I'm kind of like the community journalist here. Community journalist. That is my contact information. You're very hard to get a hold of. I have been able to talk with Reed. I've been able to talk with the other Maple, what's her name, Trina. Neither wanted to be on record, but at least they talked to me. So I'm here to ask a few questions that you guys did a really good job questions, so I'll be really brief. But thank you for being here. At least there's someone here that's at least popular than I am. I have went to I have literally went toe-to-toe with this side of the room. I went toe-to-toe with this side of the room. I'm not carrying anybody's water. I just want facts, and facts kind of get me in trouble sometimes. So with that said, I have owned solar, but I lived in Arizona. It was on my roof. I understand some of your frustrations with the misinformation. I had to wash my solar panels. I did a $200 check to Elon, and I was happy, right? But it just doesn't really make sense here in Indiana, in my opinion. I'm more of an engineer, money type, and I'm following the politics. So my first question to you is, basically, you're here to install the panels. And then after you install, you sell it to somebody else. Is that correct?
So the question is about whether we're just here to construct the panels? The solar facility?
Yeah, from my understanding, maybe you could educate me. So after you construct it, you pretty much sell it, turn the keys over to somebody else who will sell the power. Is that correct?
So our company does many different things, right? So we develop, we construct, we operate, and we finance projects. So we may, at some point, structure a financing that would bring a different ownership into the project, but it is always our intention when we initiate the development of a project to be involved with the project from its origin, right? So as I alluded to earlier, right, when our land outreach was an employee of ours, We do asset management and operations of projects as well. So we handle the whole life cycle of a project.
So to summarize, your company will be selling the energy to the grid?
So the electricity
you will
is
be
sold
right.
under a contract to a commercial user of electricity. And that could be a utility, it could be a commercial business of some kind.
So you'll also be responsible for maintaining these panels until you decide, if you sell, while you're in production, energy production?
So we may, right, like I said, there are all kinds of structures that are in vogue that we participate in. So we develop, we own, we operate, we maintain.
Good.
Which is sort of the question, I believe that's what you're asking, yeah.
So Hank, are you asking, so you build this thing and you got this well-oiled machine going, okay? And then all of a sudden you just sell it all off to somebody else. Do you do that or not? That's what it's asking.
Sometimes that occurs, but in almost all instances, we at least are involved in the operations of the facility, right? So we might be the maintenance and operator.
How do we stay protected if you sell it all off?
There are all kinds of notification agreements and all the obligations that are created between everyone and Maple Solar stay in place, that they're independent of the upstream ownership of the facility.
Well, notification,
that's
not all great, we've already established that, so, I'm just worried about being protected.
So your protections would all sit at the project, right? So the agreements with the county are between the county and Maple Solar itself. If by chance, for any number of reasons, the ownership of Maple Solar changes, nothing changes about the obligation that was created by the project and to the county.
So they buy the obligation and they buy the facility?
Yes, I mean, in all essence, right, those contracts all sit with the project, so all those obligations can't go anywhere.
Okay. So my next question is this going to be uncomfortable for you, but I follow the money, and it kind of seems like there was a big cash grab before Biden left office, put over in this little holding area, and that's basically what's kind of putting these projects forward before Trump decided to put his foot down. But my question is are you guys playing the long game, hoping in 2028 a new administration comes in, hopefully it's not Trump or Republican, and then you guys are going to start right back up again? Because I don't see this being feasible past that money grab that happened before Biden. I don't see how you're going to make money because the subsidies are going to be gone. So what happens? Are we gambling 2028, we're going to have a new administration?
So I appreciate where the question is coming from, and I recognize there's a great deal of confusion as policy changes, right, at the federal level. And as we've consistently said, we participate in the wholesale electric market. It is competitive, right? We compete with coal, we compete with gas, we compete with nuclear, we compete with wind at all levels, right? And we make financial determinations as a private business as to whether or not the project can serve the grid in a specific region. And we absolutely are here to construct this project, and we've been doing this, as I alluded to, for decades. Solar is competitive in almost all marketplaces, and it is competitive in this marketplace. We have nothing to do with federal policy. We simply work on projects that we believe will be competitive. Like we said, we've worked on projects of all different types of technology in our career, and we've made thoughtful planning decisions about this project.
I'm going to close. I find it disingenuous that you say this can be competitive and you can compete. I've looked at the numbers. I'm an engineer. I've worked for plenty of big companies. I put projects in front of them. I think it's disingenuous to tell these people that it can be competitive. You can compete without the subsidies that Trump has just pretty much killed. So with that is I'm also going to say I'm very disappointed in your transparency. I've been going to these meetings long before the solar people showed up. I didn't hear anything. I mean, I write this stuff. I didn't hear anything until they brought it up. So I don't understand how you say that you were so transparent when the guy that writes all the news stories in the town doesn't even know. So I'll go ahead and end with that.
Okay, well, I'm going to respond to the first part of your question, and that is, I'm going to say this, which is that every power source in the United States is incentivized or subsidized in some way, and there's a reason for that, because it is of a critical nature to the stability, safety, and health of our society. That is the role that, and we are part of that. And like I said, right, we can compete. We've been doing this for 4 years. With all different types of technology, and we can compete at all levels. Like we've mentioned many times, we have nothing to do with federal politics. Additionally, I'd like you to be aware of the fact that my phone number, which is a direct line to me, is available on our company website, which you could have easily found, as well as my email address.
I tried.
And I have not heard from you in any way, shape, or form. I can speak for myself. And all of those meetings were public. When every action associated with this project was taken, every one of those meetings was public. And I recognize that you follow local politics, but we've been on agendas for years. So that's all I can say to that. So if you're going to question our transparency as a journalist, I don't know if that's a totally appropriate thing to do. I recognize that the neighbors to the project would have liked to hear more from us throughout the development of the project, and that's on us to address as we go forward and work collaboratively with them. So I appreciate the sentiment of what you had to say, but the characterization from your position as a community journalist, I'm not sure I can acknowledge.
Well, you have my information. I'd be happy to talk to you off the record like I did the other companies. That's fine. But thank you. Thanks.
Don Freiberger. Don?
My name is Don Freiberger from Huntington, Indiana. I have several questions. First one for the commissioners. The Maple Solar has said they will follow the National Electric Safety Code to a T. Will that be a signed document on record?
I don't believe there would be a signed document on record. I mean, they will have inspections, as they alluded to. They'll have to meet those inspections, and if they don't, they won't be approved. I'll let them speak.
The electric permit that we'll have to pull from the county requires NEC compliance.
Okay.
So, and we sign that as in terms of pulling the permit, and then the county will have the opportunity to inspect that compliance, and if they see anything that's not in compliance with the NEC code, they could not issue us our certificate of operation.
Okay. Where was the last project that you completed, Maple Solar as a company?
So our sister company that does the construction is building a project in Clinton, Ohio, currently. That's about to be commissioned. I think that's probably the most recent.
Okay.
What's it called? What's that project called?
I believe Clinton Solar.
Clinton Solar, Clinton County, Ohio.
You stated earlier that you have done your due diligence in looking at market research for this project. How much sunshine do you think is available for solar panels to collect throughout the year?
It's a great question. It's one of the first things that we look at in terms of siting a solar facility. So we hire engineers to run a sophisticated modeling that uses satellite data of the specific location over many years. And it evaluates the temperature, the wind speed, as well as the solar incidence. All that is crunched at every hour of the year, and then they produce an analysis about the production of the facility as designed. We've used that analysis in our financial modeling to determine that the project is economically viable.
What was the number that they gave you on that as far as days of sunshine?
So it's not reducible to days of sunshine. It looks at each hour at the location physically and determines how cloudy is it, because even in cloudy weather, there's some power that you get. And so it takes all that into consideration to determine the total output over the year.
The National Weather Service for this area has stated in their data that there is 78 days of full sun here in Indiana in this area with 102 days of partial sun. That comes out to 180 days of some kind of sunshine. Is that enough to warrant putting up these panels? You're investing at least $45 million is what has been reported. Is that going to be a good enough return on your investment?
The short answer is yes, appreciate the question, but it's not just our assessment, right? We, raise debt from a bank, and they have their own engineers, and they'll review our assessment. Yes, we've commercialized dozens of these projects and placed them in service, and they're currently operating. So we have a long track record of taking it from sort of this earlier stage of engineering all the way through to construction. So we're aware of how the weather modeling works and how it impacts the production of the
Having lived in this area for a long time, I can tell you that I pretty well go with the National Weather Service. We get very many cloudy days in Indiana, especially in the wintertime and spring. And as far as an investment, I would sooner invest my money in an orange grove in Canada before I would invest in the solar project here in this area. I don't think there's enough meat on the bone for anyone to make a dollar.
Well, we're going to have to take you off our list for raising money then.
Well, yeah, that's fine. But additionally, what do you plan to do with the panels once they're decommissioned?
So there's really two options. You can take them to a certified landfill that would take construction demolition debris, but that's not what we prefer, right? We prefer to sell them to another project to reuse, and that's an option depending on how old they are.
Do you have certified landfills already listed that will accept these panels?
There are many, and that'll be part of the decommissioning plan that we are obligated to dispose of them in a way that complies with state and federal law.
Okay, well, we don't know yet what those are.
Well, they're all over the place because every community has to have a C&D landfill because there's construction everywhere. So there'll be many in the area, and typically we'll, figure it out. Well, typically you'll actually contract with a subcontractor who will, is licensed in the state to deal with construction demolition, and they'll dispose of it.
I don't think we want them in Indiana, so I don't know where else you're going to take them to. But we see the pictures on the internet of wind turbines that are just stockpiled in fields, open fields. They're not buried. They're not recycled in any way, and that's our concern with solar panels, that they'll be left to maybe decompose. And
So I recognize that there are some images that you may have seen. Are you describing antiquated wind turbines that are still on stands, or are you describing just
the blades that are
the
cut,
blades themselves
cut,
that are on there? Yeah. What I can simply say is that much of the material is inert and recyclable. In addition, what needs to end up in a landfill will end up in a landfill. And as we have discussed a few times today, the decommissioning bond and agreement will require the decommissioning of the facility. So that's what's ultimately going to occur, and it is bonded so that the financial obligation to do so carries with the project.
Okay, thank you. That's all my questions.
Thanks, Don. Next person up, Lauren White.
Hey folks, how are you? Laureen White.
Oh, sorry.
Laureen, it's okay. I brought visual aids.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to have a little bit of a discussion about this what I believe says draft decommissioning plan agreement that was received pursuant to records request from Huntington County. Is there a final decommissioning agreement today?
The form of agreement that you have before you was approved by the commissioners along with the road use agreement. Now that's done, sets the framework for the agreement. Then the agreement has to be populated with the actual information that comes from the layout of the project when you get to that stage. So there is not a signed final agreement.
Okay. When does the county believe that Maple Solar has accepted this agreement, if they believe that this agreement has been accepted?
We don't believe it's been accepted yet by Maple Solar. We're waiting to finalize that over the next couple months. That would be the timeline for that, to file it, finish it by October 27th.
So just to be clear, this is not a final agreement.
Correct.
Has there been any additional communication between Maple Solar and the county regarding the draft decommissioning agreement, and has that been in writing?
Not for me.
Not with me, no.
No.
Again, I've been the county
I know
attorney
your
since the beginning of the year, so I can't speak to anything before that.
Okay. I would assume that you'll have access to the information if there was communication prior to your time as the county attorney, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, I don't have every email that was ever sent. I have all the files.
Okay.
Which is where this comes from, so I could track them down if that was necessary, but again, it would be a normal course for the commissioners to submit this, as their counsel said. They need to provide some comment before we finalize it.
Sure. And then I do note that the commissioners signed this agreement. Who advised them to sign the agreement?
I don't know.
County attorney.
Yeah.
Was it voted on in a public meeting?
Yes, I'm sure it was.
Yeah, it was a public meeting.
Yeah.
So basically, we had, it's my understanding, we had a decommissioning agreement sent from them to us. We didn't like it. We had
Ice Miller
prepared a new one,
prepared
which
this document.
had a lot more teeth in it and protected us a lot more, and that's the one we signed.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about some things that are in the agreement in front of you. On the second page, it talks about at the time of making an application for the permit, and earlier on the first page when it refers to the permit, it refers to the building permit, just so we know what we're talking about, okay? At the time of the making of the application for the permit, the company shall deliver to the county a surety bond or letter of credit issued by a U.S. bank or U.S. branch of a foreign bank and must be federally insured in the form, substance reasonably satisfactory to the county. Have they provided you with any information about the surety bond or letter of credit, or where they will be obtaining that from?
Not to my knowledge, but also, again, they haven't accepted the terms of this agreement yet, so we don't have it, that's where we are on this. This is a draft that was sent. Please, go ahead. Yeah.
To maybe put this in better context for the audience, is that agreement provides a process by which, as you're starting to describe, there's requirements that there be a decommissioning study, there needs a study of the roads as to what, is going to cost to repair the roads if there's on decommissioning too. That's all provided for, but the way the zoning ordinance works, you do that after you get your permit, right? But before you start construction. So the body.
That's not what this says.
When we say the body of when we say the agreement needs to be finalized, it's determining, getting a decommissioning study that determines the cost of decommissioning, getting the bond, which you don't do when it was way in advance. You have to know the layout, you have to know in more detail to get a decommissioning study. But from the company's perspective, the text of that agreement is acceptable. It's filling in these blanks that can't be filled in at the time it was approved.
So who is your professional engineer?
So we have professional engineers on site, excuse me, on our sister company staff, the construction company, who have prepared the layouts to date. We typically will work with a third-party engineer in the state. I don't have that name for you, but they're the ones that are going to stamp the ultimate drawings that would go in for the building, electrical and civil design.
Has the county agreed to that person?
No, not to my knowledge, but they would, of course, have a chance to object at the time that we submit those.
So Andy,
Quick question.
real quick, can you just kind of give a 30,000-foot view of where we're at? Like, what has to happen? Because I think we're kind of got the cart before the horse. We can't act on certain parts of this until they've applied, done certain things. There's a benchmarks that they have to meet, and we're gonna require them to meet. But I'm gonna let Andy speak to those benchmarks.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you that this document that you all signed says that before they apply for a permit, there are things that they have to do.
That's correct.
Yeah.
They haven't,
we're not
you're
disputing
2
that.
months out, and they haven't agreed to
We're
this
not
document
disputing
yet.
that at all. We agree with you 100%. All these benchmarks have to be met and signed and have to be in place. But we're not going to issue a permit until they meet those requirements that's spelled out in that agreement right there. So Andy, I'll let you speak to it.
Before Andy does that, they had an engineering company do geotechnical stuff out there with our okay of who that person was.
That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about in this
Does it?
agreement.
Okay, I just wanted to ask that.
That was just a part of
Paragraph
their due
2
diligence.
of page 2 of this agreement specifically states what they have to do, and that they have to hire a professional engineer, and that you, as the county, have to agree with that. And if you don't agree with that, that there's a process that you can hire an engineer if you don't agree with theirs. Now, my question for you is, how is all of this going to happen in the next 2 months?
So,
Let them answer
Maureen,
that.
these are great questions, and you've obviously read that very closely. So let me try to address some of the maybe confusion. The original approval related to the zoning of the project. The permits that are referred to in that document are the construction permits, so the building, electrical,
Yes,
and
that's what I
civil
said.
permits. And so it was agreed to when the zoning part of this was completed, that agreement will be finalized prior to the building permits being applied for. And
So this is a
the
working
construction-
document. This is not a contract between you and the county right now.
Yes, it is in process and will be finalized before the deadlines in that agreement.
That's correct. I agree.
Before the deadline of October 27th, is that your deadline? Make sure that we all understand that deadline, because that decommissioning agreement says that you must have that all completed prior to getting a building permit, okay? Now, it also says, we gave you the first year, then we gave you 2 more years, and so your deadline is October 27th, is that correct? We all agree on that? So the question is, how is it possible that you are going to get your engineer, and the county's going to get an engineer, and they're going to do a big decommissioning study and determine what your financial obligation will be to our county, because everything in there is to be determined. How do you guys anticipate getting that done in 60 days? Because if you don't have a permit by October the 27th, your project's done.
They're
Would
going
you
to ask for
agree?
more time. That's what they're going to do.
So it's the 2 timelines that we were talking about. The October 27th date relates to the zoning permit, which is separate from, now that agreement should be agreed, but it won't be finalized until we apply for it related to the building permit, which is not the October 27th deadline.
You're talking about the improvement location permit.
The IMPL?
Yes.
So, right, that's the 27th, but we have a final form.
And this document
So we'll have a
states...
final form, we'll have a final form agreement, but then once our layout has been agreed to by all requisite parties, then we go for our building electrical permit, but it is at that point that you have an engineer that assesses the cost of decommissioning.
This
So
is
that you
not
can-
what this agreement says.
So can I step one more? Andy, Rick, you're an attorney also. I was told, I was not at this meeting, I was told that this was a final document. I just heard this is a working document. Working document means you're gonna change verbiage and words in this with our signatures on it. If you're gonna change words in this document, that means that has to come back for a revote from the 3 county commissioners here to change this decommissioning agreement. Am I wrong? Don't put words in here with my name on here, or these guys' name on here. Right?
Any material change of any kind would require your approval.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So if this is a working document, which I was going, and the guys told me, hey, this is our final decommissioning agreement, and I read through it, and at the advice of our past attorney, we was good. But I just want to be clear in my mind, if you change these words, it better come back to us 3.
I would say this. My knowledge of the history of this agreement is that it's a draft. I call it a working agreement.
Thank you, Andy.
I have not had a conversation yet with Maple Solar about any of these agreements. I don't quite honestly know both sides' story of where we stand on this.
But the last commissioners meeting, you said it was a contract. Now all of a sudden it's a draft.
I never said that.
It's my understanding from the last commissioners' meeting that Huntington County believed that it is unable to rescind this working document that Maple Solar has not accepted. Is that correct?
I don't believe I said I was unable to rescind the document per se. I said that, let me finish. I said that we can rescind a document by basic contract law, but we have an obligation of good faith to work with them to execute a final agreement. I said if there were material changes to the agreement, then we could have an issue that the commissioners wouldn't have to agree. But we do have a obligation to negotiate in good faith to finalize the terms of the agreement. If they were to propose significant material changes to this agreement, then yes, the commissioners would have a way to push back on those changes and say no. But if there are no changes, we can't just arbitrarily withhold our approval of the agreement. That's what I said.
That's what that's what he said.
I want to move on to some questions I have with regards to the road use agreement. Maple Solar had a lot to say about the contents of the road use agreement. Has a road use agreement been drafted? No. How do they know what's in it?
There's been agreement that was drafted and was approved when the other 2 agreements were approved. It's in the same form. It's the same situation with the decommissioning agreement, where there's information that has to be added to complete and finalize the document, but the agreement terms have been changed, have been approved, and unless there's a material change, like your attorney described.
Where's that at?
We have an agreement.
There's a draft agreement of the road use agreement as well. That's where somebody referenced earlier the videotaping of the road and the bonding. That's in the.
Have you guys ever seen this draft agreement?
I personally have not, and our highway superintendent is not here to ask her that, and Dave is shaking his head, which is our.
I think we were talking, I thought there was some discussion that Andy and Bridget was having with them on other stuff, but I don't know where.
But I will tell you, we'll be looking for one, but I don't think 3 of us have seen it.
Has the county signed this draft road use agreement like they signed the draft decommissioning agreement?
The form of agreement was publicly approved.
Do you have a copy of it, Rick?
Yeah, I have a copy as well.
Yeah, the highway department has it. I'm not saying I haven't, I'm just saying I sign a lot of stuff, but maybe I forgot, but show it to me.
Right, happy to. The highway department has it as well. Right, and it's a very straightforward document, so.
Has the planning commission director determined that the changes that Maple Solar has made to their development plan are substantial or are not substantial?
She's determined they are not substantial.
And when did she do that?
At the last meeting, she said that.
Are all of the local EMA provisions, like the roads and turnarounds, all part of the current development plan? Anybody? Hard questions.
The ordinance that we are operating under requires, right, coverage of all of these issues, and the road, the access roads, safety roads, whatnot, and various crossings that have been discussed today are all part of that approval. Is that?
So they're all part of your development plan? If I look at your development plan, they'll be there?
I can answer that question offline. I'd be happy
Okay.
to. I'm not gonna,
No,
I'm not
that's fine.
certain what the.
I don't know.
What you're getting.
I'm not trying to trick you. I don't
specifically.
know. I'm asking a question.
6 years and you don't know your plan? There's two other guys that can answer that question. They got 3 people, they should be able to answer that.
So I did want to discuss, I know that some of the citizens had some issues with regards to hazardous materials and photovoltaic panels, and I think this might clear up where that information is coming from. So the EPA has regulations regarding to toxic characteristics, leaking procedure standards to address materials that cause toxic poisoning due to direct contact or leaching into the soil or groundwater. Photovoltaic panels are one of the materials that the EPA regulates. So just to be clear, the MSDS sheets for thin photovoltaic copper, iridium, gallium panels shows that cadmium sulfite dust and other metal contaminants may be deposited on the surface of the product as a byproduct of the manufacturing. And it lists the potential health effects of that. Irritants to skin and eyes, toxic to chemicals, lungs, and liver. It's classified as an A2 human carcinogen. It's classified as a group 1 carcinogen to humans by the IARC and a group 1 by the NTP. And I believe that's likely what they were discussing when they're talking about stuff on top of the panels. Additionally, I wanted to address just a couple of other issues. With regards to property value guarantee, Maple Solar said today that they had a vested interest in protecting the property rights of the citizens here in Huntington County. So why would Maple Solar mind having a private contract with each of these neighbors, each of these adjacent property owners, in which they guarantee that their property value will not decrease due to this project, or due to the transmission lines that they're now going to put overhead? There's plenty of studies to show a deprivation of property value with regards to these industrial projects next to residential homes. In fact, in November 5th, 2025, Mayor McClinton Clay provided a report regarding the diminution in property value that results from transmission lines. Clay cites a study that was prepared in the case of Kentucky Utilities Company versus James and Mary Gent, which estimates the effect of transmission lines on 3 agricultural properties in Hardin County. Her report stated that the diminution can range from 12 to 50%, depending on the placement of the easement within the property. The study also indicated that buyers were resistant to lots impacted by the transmission lines. Finally, just to be clear, I know that there's always a lot of argument and speech about property rights of landowners who have solar on their land. But I just want everyone in the room to understand that you all have property rights. It's not just the person putting the solar installation on their land. The adjacent property owner has those rights too. And they should not be allowed to do whatever they want on their land. That is a flawed argument. It means I should be able to just go build a nuclear power plant on my land. Simply put, that is simple not how this works. If you feel like people may have forgotten that all landowners have rights, as I stated, all landowners have rights, and they have the right to have these rights enforced when they've been interfered with. For instance, if a condition, activity, or situation interferes with the use and enjoyment of your property, landowners have the right to file a lawsuit for a private nuisance. A private nuisance is a person's action on their own land that interferes with the neighbor's use of land. Issues like noise, glare, heat, environmental contamination, and all of those issues that are brought when construction occurs. So I just wanted to be clear that the property owner that has a solar on their land is not the only person that has rights. You have rights as well. Finally, how much in federal subsidies has your company taken in the last 5 years since this project was initiated?
So the answer to the last question is zero. We sadly are not federally funded as a company. We put our own money into these efforts and projects. Wanted to address the environmental question that you had. It was in what you read off, but that refers to what's called a thin film solar technology that's produced most prominently by First Solar. That's not what we're installing at the site. We're not doing a thin film, which has some of those environmental attributes that you mentioned. So I want you to rest assured that's not what's going to be installed at the site. Related to the property value guarantee, Ben previously addressed our position on that. Were there any other questions that I missed?
Oh, you're not going to do the thin film. What are you going to put there so that people can research it?
Yeah, polycrystalline. It's the most standard version.
And which manufacturer are going to use? Because manufacturer to manufacturer, there are differences between the way that they produce these and between the chemicals that are put into them.
So, as we mentioned before, we have not selected a manufacturer. Our intent is to source that domestically. So if everything comes together, they'll be produced in the United States. And I just want to reiterate, there's no evidence of runoff issues from polycrystalline solar.
All right, thank you. All right, moving right along. Charles Chapman.
You guys are good. I had a whole long list of things I was going to talk about. You covered everything. But.
Okay, next person.
I know, that was a softball. Now these guys. One reoccurring theme that I would like for you to address, if you may, is the visuals and the setbacks and that sort of thing. So when you've installed other communities, obviously they have minimum setbacks. But how do you approach landowners and adjacent property owners if they want more than what's allowed? If they want 100 feet instead of 50 feet? Or if they want certain foliage planted instead of what you may do? What have you done in other communities? And I'll cede the rest of my time to whoever wants it.
Sure. No, I appreciate the question. Thank you. As I mentioned previously, the ordinance that we're operating under does require us to design a landscape buffer for residential view shed. It is our intention to work directly with each abutting property owner to discuss what the best options are for them. In many instances, we have a lot of options as to how to address it, and so the location of certain plantings and whatnot, relative to where the panels are, can be, we can work very creatively with them. And then, there are natural buffers on the site outside of the setbacks themselves. There are just pockets of the site that we can't construct in. So, right, that's going to be our approach.
You talked about you want to work with property owners. So Charlie asked you, would you be willing to meet what they want for our setback? 25 feet from the property line, 200 feet from the house isn't very far. Are you willing to be a good neighbor and follow the new ordinance that we put in place that we feel safe for the setback that each property owner would want that?
So I appreciate the question. We're going to work in the ordinance that our project is obligated to work under. We're going to also, as discussed, work directly with property owners and discuss all the options that are available to them. We're going to spend a great deal of time working on that. That's what we're going to do.
Okay.
It seems that we got through most everybody, but I just have one thing before we probably call the meeting, but this is like the newest print from the Drainage Board. And on this, it says that you guys have 78,000 panels. Today, you told us it was over 100,000 panels, or at 100,000. That's a pretty big discrepancy in the plan. I know that we're saying that we have a decommissioning plan that says that the decommissioning plan, it's not really a plan, it's a working document. And then the working document, it's not a real document because they got to have that before they get a permit. But then you've got 60 days to get a permit or it's done. We've all been talking about this for 2 years now. I don't know how you guys are going to do it in 60 days, but if the decommissioning plan, that's not really a plan because everything is to be determined, because effectively that's what it is. I mean, you guys might want to do a bond, and I would highly, highly encourage our commissioners not to allow them to do a bond, because we just went through this with Mammoth Solar, who's a lot larger than, quite honestly, you gentlemen. And all of the commissioners there, quite frankly, got replaced, right, because of this monstrosity. And so when they got replaced, the first thing that those commissioners did is they went to say, hey, is the bond in place? I think it was supposed to be like $55 or $65 million. And they found out that that bond was $5 million. So what they did is now it's, everybody's being encouraged to say, put a cash deposit in our local bank. And so that's what I would highly encourage our commissioners to do, especially since it's to be determined, right? So I get operating in good faith, but operating in good faith saying, if you make any changes, you got to reapply, and then we have a time limit, but the time limit's not really a time limit because I can't make heads or tails of it, and I think I'm a pretty rational human being, but if you're going from 78,000 panels on this, now you're going to 100,000 panels, at some point, legally, we have to say that is a significant change. And to also follow that up with, I know that in the meeting you said that Kim said it wasn't a significant change. I think the BZA can challenge that within 30 days. Am I correct? Or am I off on that one?
I'm not aware that the BZA can challenge, but you may be right. I'm not aware of that.
I think the BZA can still challenge Kim's opinion that it's not a significant change, so that may be another possibility as well. But the problem is that we're looking at things and saying, well, it's not that significant. Well, they're going to go from 78,000 to 100,000. Well, that's not significant. At some point, as a collective, we have to say, man, this is a whole new plan. But I don't think any of us have even seen your plan yet. But you got 60 days.
Thank you, David. Okay. Gene Pond.
My name is Jean Pond. I do live in Huntington County. My question is, what constitutes a neighbor? Sorry, thank you. What constitutes a neighbor? How close do you consider a neighbor? I have received, I'm a mile north. I have received no communication, received nothing. And my concern is with the drainage, if you puncture those tiles, I'm going to get the downflow from that. My farm is going to be flooded. I don't appreciate that because we just had some new tiling fixed, but that's not going to carry it. My ditch is full when it rains. So we get extra runoff, I'm going to be flooded. I don't appreciate that. Second thing is, are those power lines going to be high enough to allow this mega farm equipment under it? Are these power lines going to be high enough to allow, that go over the road, to allow the mega farm equipment to go under those power lines? what is the cost of decommissioning per kilowatt? And lastly, I am confused about setback from residents. The residents, the farms have their house, then they have the buildings, the farm buildings. So if you're saying 200 feet from your residence, that doesn't put any distance between the farm buildings, so you can't turn anything around. I mean, you got this mega of equipment for these barns. I know, I live on the farm. So if you go 200 feet setback from the house, our barns are not that far. I mean, our barns are more than 200 feet from the house. So what is the setback? Is it from the farm buildings? Is it from the house? That's a concern. You're fine. Yeah, no, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So just to address the setback matter, right, there are multiple setback requirements that get triggered depending on which one you trigger, right? So if it's 200 feet from the residence, and that residence is significantly tucked away from the property line, then and there's no further structures, then we revert to what I refer to as an agricultural setback. But if there is a structure, there's an enhanced setback. So my recollection, without having the specific ordinance in front of me, is it's 200 feet from a residence, and then it's anywhere from 25 to 75 feet, depending on what's triggered from that property
Because
line.
that is not enough setback from the barns that are used to house the equipment.
But you'd be across the property line then, right?
No, the property line is 150 acres.
So we're measuring from the property line, and then you're also protected from a structure setback as well. So I can't encroach on property that I'm not, that I don't have access to. So I hope that helps, and we're happy to follow up with more detail, but it is in the ordinance. The ordinance also requires us to maintain, manage, repair, reconstruct drains if we impact them. So that should work to address the concern you raised about flooding.
It is not on my property, but it would be the direct result
Understood.
of issues upline.
Yeah, and that's why we would address the drain on our property to make sure that we weren't the root cause of the issue. And if, right, there was a negative effect to your property, right, you would have recourse against us.
What is my recourse, and what is the path that I have to submit these complaints and these issues?
There would have been a drainage plan, and you could probably speak to this, that, when stormwater comes, this will be creating additional impenetrable surface, so they will be required on site to have some sort of retention, I imagine.
It's not true.
So
Not true. Several years ago,
Go ahead.
When this originally went through development plan in '21, Jay Poe was the surveyor at that time. He actually waived the stormwater at that time. And there has been some circulation out there where I seen some people were getting thrown under the bus that they did that. And that was under Jay's recommendation in, I believe that was in June of '21, to waive the stormwater plan. Yeah.
So there would have been calculations done under the county surveyor, I imagine, where the analysis, go ahead.
Sorry to interrupt you, but let me address that. We have not submitted for our stormwater permit, which may have been why he waived it, because it wasn't done at that point.
Development plan, yes.
And so that is going to be done by a civil engineer. It's going to be reviewed by both the county, and they'll have to approve it, as well as the state. And they have physical engineers that will review it and approve it. Furthermore, we would have liability if we, were to do something to violate the drainage, agreement that we have. So that's, I think, something that, if there were issues, you could come to the county and say, hey, this is a real problem. Can you please look and make sure they're complying with their drainage obligations? And at that point, the county has control over us because they hold the permit, and if there were violations, we would be obligated to fix them. On your question about the power lines crossing the road, we would need an approval from the DOT, and they would review the design and the height of the lines to make sure it complies with all their safety standards before we could build that. And on the decommissioning, you asked who determines the value. We have a third-party engineer that produces a report that says, here are the costs to decommission, here's all the equipment. It's submitted to the county, and as I believe Laureen pointed out, if the county disagreed with that, they can come up with their own study, and we would work it out from there. So it's not us that's determining, it's third-party, certified engineers that are coming up with that.
My research and all the reading I've done indicates that to decommission, the average cost of decommissioning is around $360,000 per kilowatt. So that's a lot. I mean, that is from several different sources. So that would be, for this size, $700 million to decommission, to get rid of everything and to take care of everything. And I know you're shaking your head, but I read a lot. And then you answer my question on who is considered a neighbor. I mean, how close, what proximity do you consider a neighbor? Because I have received no communications, period, whatsoever.
So the term neighbor is not something that is like legally binding here. Our focus is on the people who are immediately impacted. That's where we want to directly engage and consult with them about the view shed. Obviously, we want to hear from the whole community and have engaged here and will continue to engage in feedback like yours about the drainage issues. And so, I guess everyone in the county is a neighbor, but from our perspective, obviously we're focusing on the people that are directly abut the property the most.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's our list of people who had to come up here, but I did want to allow Mr. Polson. He came up to me at the break, said he had forgot to mention a real important point. So, Mr. Polson, if you want to step up here real quick, and I'm going to let you wrap up the comments for the morning. Appreciate everybody coming, but give you an opportunity to say what you need to say, sir.
I know this is a really touchy situation, but I feel it really needs to be addressed. And so, as we all know, there's many pros and cons about this soil panels on farm ground. So, I went to the Bible, and in Genesis 1, God created earth, the heavens and the earth. And in Genesis 1:11, I can't really say it, this will not probably be exactly the way the Bible says, but it is, He created earth for it to be tilled, for man to till the land and for living. And then in another place, when Adam got taken out of the garden for his sins, He put him on the land to keep it, to dress it, to make good with the land, not to destroy it by not having, in other words, He is against solar panels on farm ground because that is not His will. His will is for the farm ground to be used as food, trees, plants, and everything else. It's not for being destroyed by solar panels. And and then in another place, he reinforced that by saying that when Pharaoh was against God and keeping them from leaving, he come up, he says that the earth is mine. And so he is against solar panels, and anybody in their right mind would not want to go against God's will, because it is really, really disastrous to people that goes against God's will. Thank you.
Want to thank everybody for coming. Want to thank Maple Solar for stepping up and answering much of the questions they could answer. We're going to just take a short break here.
You want Andy to summarize what next steps are?
He can, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, before we get into, because I haven't had any discussions yet with Maple Solar, I think that the most prudent thing to do for me over the next 2 weeks to talk with them in detail and us to put together a schedule that we agree on and bring that to the next meeting for you. I know you and I talked about, but there's been a lot of information thrown around that we've never communicated about before, so I'd like to talk to them and get on the same page, and then we can present that at the next commissioners meeting.
Very good.
At the last commissioners meeting, you all three commissioners said the county would not be engaging in any conversations with Maple Solar unless it was in the public eye. So I think, do you guys agree with that? No conversations with anyone in Huntington County government unless you're at the commissioners meeting and you do it publicly?
No, that's not practical. When we apply for permits, right?
Our commissioner said that, so I hope you, now that you know that, I hope you abide by that.
Okay, well, it's public record when we submit, and everything is available, but we have to talk to county officials to implement the agreements that they sign.
Yeah.
So we need to be-
Our attorney has no problem sharing the information with the public, what questions he asked.
Yeah, I mean, I think I can share everything that you want me to share, and that it should be shared in public, but I can't have every conversation. I mean, we have to be able to have conversations and emails and hash out these agreements to finalize them.
We can't, I guess what Andy's saying, we can't have these conversations by committee, but you certainly have all the access to any part of the conversations and any talking points that we're talking back and forth between. That certainly be available to people out here as far as what we're talking about, what both sides are thinking. But as far as you sitting at the table with Andy and their team and having a room full of people trying to agree on that, I think we can get the job done. We can protect the people with the protections they need, and we can work towards what needs to happen. But they have to meet these benchmarks, and we're steadfast on them meeting the benchmarks of the agreement, that the ordinance that they're working under. And if that plan changes, like some people say, they feel like it's changed, and somebody wants to challenge that idea that it's been changed, the plan, then so be it. We're certainly going to work towards what the best solution is and what people in this community want. So.
Cool.
Okay, so we're going to just take a 5-minute break.
Well, will Andy finish his comments as far as the next steps? It's going to involve conversations?
The next steps will be me having conversations over the next 2 weeks. I say 2 weeks because that's when our next meeting is. And coming up with, how far along we can get with all the timelines and the agreements that need to be completed. And I'll present that to the commissioners and the public at the next meeting, a timeline.
So you'll be apprised of everything that's been said and what all the back and forth is and where the issues lie. So, yep.
Apprised being emails will be made available, or that needs to be done through a FOIA?
Well, I think probably pro FOIA is probably the best mechanism. If you say, send me all the emails, I think you have to be specific.
In the next 2 weeks. What
Yeah.
we're hearing
Right,
is
right.
we're going to grease the wheels for Maple Solar, and then we'll come back in 2 weeks and tell you what we did. That's what we're hearing.
That's what I'm saying. That may be what you're hearing, but that's not what I'm saying. And what I'm saying is...
Last meeting, you said, just for record clarification, you said the county commissioners can't change their position just because the political winds have changed.
Correct.
The political winds have not changed. Disclosure occurred. Things happened in 2021 that we were not privy to. The Republican governor allowed the zoning ag overlay
through COVID, now he works for solar, and all of us are catching wind of it now. It's not like the county was agreeable, and now the county residents are disagreeable. Political tone has not changed. So the characterization that the commissioners need to backpedal because political winds have changed is a farce. We want to know what's going on. So what we're hearing is that there's going to be conversations that happen. We need to establish communication, understanding through FOIA requests to be able to understand what's happening.
Right.
And then we'll reconvene in 2 weeks.
Yeah, and I don't feel anything will be voted on at our next meeting by the county commissioners. I will not be at the next meeting, I don't believe.
These guys are saying vegetative buffers. We go past solar projects where there's an arborvitae every 50 feet. It's 2 feet tall, quarter we're dead. We don't know. There's so much even on this sheet right here that says to be determined. I mean, I know that the difference between 70 and 100 miles an hour isn't really much to talk about, but 78,000 to 100,000 panels, that sounds apples to apples, but if we want to push it through, we've got attorneys that will do that. If we don't want to push it through, we've got attorneys that are pretty clear on that. If you guys need help finding an attorney that's going to offer a little bit of resistance.
Just remember, our attorney works for us, does not work for Maple Solar.
All right, but
He works for the Huntington County Commissioners.
it feels like he's working for Maple Solar.
He works for Huntington County Commissioners.
So he's going to do the will of commissioners. I
He works
understand
for
that.
us.
I disagree, Chris, that he works for the solar groups.
No,
He has no, well, you just said that. He has no dog in the fight with the solar. He's a neutral party as far as solar goes. But he works for the county commissioners, and he works at our behest. What we tell him to do, what we want, that's what he does.
Agreed.
As long as we don't get into some massive litigation that's gonna cost the county millions of dollars that doesn't make sense to litigate.
You watch, look at these guys. If you look at Interanco, what they do is they blow through the deadlines and then they sue, asking for extensions, exactly under the premise that Andy said, that the commissioners aren't upholding the intent of the agreement. And so they've sued Duke, PJM, saying, hey, we need extensions. 5 years wasn't enough time for us to get funding. That's what they do. Here we are 6 years later. They can't answer basic questions that we're asking about the project that's here in our county. So,
We're taking a break.
Yeah, we're taking a break, thanks.
And I did check your references at Clinton, Ohio. Great job over there, too.
Okay, thank you. We've got Mr. Eckert here from the Veteran Service Office, and we've got a award here for a gentleman. We'd like to, I'm going to read this bio. Bio veteran David McCullough. He's a veteran of the quarter for the first quarter. David Allen McCullough was born in Pontiac, Michigan. He grew up in Hazel Park, Michigan, and he has called Huntington, Indiana his home since 2009. He enlisted in the U.S. Army and entered service on June 30th, 1977, and served until June 27th, 1980. He went to basic training at Fort Knox, Kentucky. AIT, which is my schooling on my MOS, those are acronyms. I do not know what that means. Was it? Okay. Was at Aberdeen Proving Grounds in Baltimore, Maryland. My occupation in service was quartermaster equipment repairer, which I worked on small engines, small generators up to 60 kilowatt, laundry and bath units that are mobile, welding and associated equipment. My permanent duty station was Fort Hood, Texas. I served during a time of peace and between the end of Vietnam and before the Gulf War began. David's awards include sharpshooter qualification badge on an M16 rifle. I met the love of my life, Tammy Karst, in 2014 and got married in July 2016. I have one daughter, Amber Lee.
Yeah, L-E-E. Well, it's L-E-I-G-H.
Amber Lee McCullough, who resides in Huntington. I have one stepson, Brody Lindos, who started basic training in the U.S. Army in 8/10 of 2025. Since leaving the service and moving to Huntington, I have taken on trying to reestablish the Veterans Transportation Program with the VA DAV vans. I've also been actively with the DAV as their Chapter 40 service officer and doing disability claims. Previously, I was a service vice commander of the DAV Chapter 40. I attend the Veterans Council as well. I've been active at the American Legion Post 7 in different positions, including the Legion Riders. Congratulations, Dave McCullough, and thank you for all you do for our community, and thank you for your service, sir. So we have a plaque here.
Thank you, sir, for your service. Good job, Tim. You want to go somewhere and get a picture? Yeah, where are we going to get a picture? You want to go out in the rotunda? Sure. I'm going to step outside. Outside the rotunda.
Okay, next on our agenda, we have Michelle Bunker, MyMG Quarterly Health and Wellness Plan.
Good morning,
Michelle.
everyone. or good afternoon now, sorry.
Yeah, really.
But I'm going to pass these folders out, so feel free to take one. And we need to make sure Stephanie gets one as well.
Thank you, Michelle.
Well, thank you all so much for having me. We do have an additional team member that I'd like to make sure I introduce. Her name is Jenna Fitzpatrick, and Jenna has been added to the IMG team. This is her 4th week. She comes with over 30 years of benefits experience and will be assisting me and the rest of our team with your account. So we're thrilled to have her as part of our team. Next week, I am meeting with Stephanie and Jenna and Kristen, who is your account rep from Unified Group Services, to do a mid-year review. So we will have some additional information to share at that point. I do want to mention that our claims have been a little higher this year. I know we've been talking about that. It was part of 2024 and part of 2025. We have had a few active cancers inside of our group. And then with claims through June, there was a lot of activity with a lot of different situations like knee replacements. We had just different orthopedic type services and surgeries and some cardiovascular issues. But a lot of those tend to look like they're one and done. And one of the individuals who was a high-cost claimant last year and into this year is in remission as well. So that's very positive news. So we don't anticipate that ongoing. We did receive in July a $42,000 approximate rebate on your pharmacy. So you guys made some great adjustments for your pharmacy. And for so far this year, we've received over $77,000 in pharmacy rebates. One of the things that I do want to highlight is you do have the international importation for some of your specialty medications. And so far this year, that has saved over $135,000 in claims. So with your plan being a copay plan, if someone has a medication that is a specialty medication, these are typically more expensive medications, they're able to source that internationally, which comes from a lot of quality manufacturers. It's sourced typically through Canada, where 90% of the medications are sourced, and then some come from France or the UK. But those has really saved the county a little over $135,000 compared to just running it through the United States to source those particular medications. So kudos to you all for doing that. I will mention that we have some teledoc utilization. We're still seeing utilization with that program, but with it starting to, we have seasonal allergies occurring. We have just people back in school, different things like that. It's really probably a good reminder to let employees know they do have that teledoc option. So that's really good because they can use that as kind of like an urgent care setting where they can experience that at a $0 cost share 365 days a year, 24/7. So again, that's a benefit to employees. Not only does it not cost them anything and the convenience of it, but it also moves those claims to teledoc and not toward your plan.
Do you have a chart on the participation on the teledoc?
Absolutely, I do. It is
Which one?
inside of your packet, and it says teledoc telehealth utilization report. And for the month of July, we had 3 individuals who used the teledoc. We would like to see that higher, but again, July tends to be a month where people are out and about more, they're vacationing, typically a low sickness month. But it did save, year-to-date, the participation in that. We have had 42 individuals use Teledoc year-to-date, and it has saved our plan over almost $23,000 by individuals using Teledoc versus...
3.5 months ago, I took all the cards I had, went to every office here, and most employees didn't even know we had Teledoc. So that helped save how much? I'll take credit for that. So
$22,000 to $23,000.
No, it's a big deal. So I guess we need more cars and we'll pass them back out. And then I think it's a big deal to push the Teledoc. And then since then, I've had employees say, wow, I've called at 3 o'clock in the morning, and believe it or not, they Zoom me right back to me and talk to me and get the meds and stuff. So that's a huge savings, guys.
Yes, well, Stephanie's actually sent some emails out.
Yeah. No, we work together. I didn't go
we
to
have
the
that
fourth. She went to the
benefit, so-
3rd and 4th floor for me, so, because I was told to stay off the 3rd floor, so.
It is a wonderful service. I mean, in fact, I was talking with someone earlier, and they were talking about, their spouse has poison ivy, and, just happened to get poison ivy, and I said, they should call, do you have Teledoc? You should, or a telehealth service? You should call. She's like, oh my gosh, I do. I'm going to tell my husband right away, because otherwise there's a delay in care, and then let alone the cost of care for the member, but also for the plan. So again, it's just a way for a lot of these services like a cold, cough, poison ivy, UTI. I mean, a lot of things can be diagnosed and treated through a telehealth visit. So kudos to you all for continuing to raise awareness about that program, and let's keep it up. I do want to let you know that we will be anticipating starting to receive some of your ancillary renewals. That means lines other than medical and pharmacy over the next couple of months. So I will be in touch as I receive those renewals. I also want to mention that the Dependent Care FSA. So you offer a Dependent Care FSA. And with the Budget Reconciliation Act, also known as the One Big Beautiful Bill, they did increase the opportunity for FSA dependent care elections. And that the maximum threshold was $5,000, and it's now going up to $7,500. Now that can be up to each organization on if they want to increase that maximum or not, but that would be at your renewal for January 1st for your FSA renewal. So we will walk with you through what that means if you decide to do that. We do have some other meetings coming up. We are talking with Parkview Health and their network next Tuesday to talk about some options inside of the plan. I know that's something that we've been talking with them on over the last couple of years to say, hey, what are options to help keep our claim costs down? And so we are working with them and having a meeting with them on Tuesday. We also are bringing forth a new solution to you all. We are waiting on the data analytics on this, but there is a third-party surgical center in Zionsville, Indiana called Wellbridge Surgical. They have a website. You can check it out, but it's really nice because this is independently owned, and their fees for services are on their website, and it's just cut and dry. So let's say I have a dependent on the plan and they need their tonsils and adenoids out. You can look up that service, and that includes the anesthesiology, any lab work they need, and then the surgery itself, and then if any pathology or anything would be required. It saves employers lots of money, and it could be something that we could potentially implement in your plan. So we are going to definitely take a look at that for you all to explore. So we are waiting on the analysis, though, of the potential savings of surgeries that would qualify to go there. So the fact that we've had a lot of the different orthopedic type things, those can also occur at Wellbridge. They have a group of different specialists that they work with as far as surgeons who specialize in orthopedics and different things like that, ENT services that they would contract with to do the surgeries. But it is a beautiful facility. We have other groups who have taken advantage of utilizing them, and it would be something that we would want to make sure would be a benefit to Huntington County and your employees as well.
Is that an additional charge to go to there?
It is not. So it is not an additional charge, right? We would just need to make sure that it's in network, and we would want to work with you to position it if you want to make it a $0 cost share, if it's something we'd want to make tier 1 in your benefits or different things like that. So the point is we'd want to make sure that it's that members are incentivized to use that service, just like Teladoc. So, they can use it at a $0 cost share versus going to primary care, urgent care, or the emergency department. It lowers our claim costs and redirects them somewhere else. So our idea of the Wellbridge is to lower claim costs and redirect somewhere else, where members are still getting a concierge, high-level, high-quality service. They still have choice in the matter of if they want to use it or not, but they're incentivized to use it. Two other things I want to mention. The first is, if you guys are open to it, I know we've done this in the past and worked with Stephanie. She's phenomenal, by the way. I wanted to say that so it's on record. She does a great job advocating for all of your employees. Thank you for the applause, too. And we have a Medicare specialist on our team at Insurance Management Group. Her name is Mally Reeder, and I know she's provided some sessions for your employees with the annual enrollment period approaching already, once again, for Medicare. It's always a good idea just to offer an educational session for your employees. Maybe they're considering Medicare, maybe they have a parent, a loved one who's thinking about Medicare, and sometimes that can be intimidating when we just don't know a lot. So Mally's just a great educator, and she could come on to help with that. Another thing, you did submit all of your PCORI fees. Those have been filed. The 2026 affordability threshold is increasing to 9.96% for 2026. It's currently at 9.02%. One last thing that I'll mention is we are scheduling a compliance checkup for Huntington County government. I would consider it like a mock DOL audit, just to make sure that you're within compliance and doing everything that you should be. Even if you were doing everything you should be last year, different regulations come out, different laws change, so it's just a really nice opportunity to just have a checkup. So we are working to schedule a date for that, and we'll be doing so with our compliance team and Stephanie. Any questions for me right now? Okay. Well, I appreciate you all.
Thank you,
Keep
Michelle.
up the good
Appreciate
work.
you.
So,
Thank you.
I do have one question.
Yes.
When are we going to sit down with our last quarter claims in October to look at what the first 3 quarters?
Yes.
So we can look at our rates?
Start looking at rates, plan designs, different things like that to start planning.
So will that be October?
Yeah, yes, November.
November.
Late October, early November,
Okay.
yes.
So you didn't mention our wellness day. Stephanie arranged for wellness. Where's Stephanie at? I can't see her eyes. So she had an unbelievable amount of participation in that, which that's what, from the get-go, we've been pushing to get that accomplished, to get that taken care of. Very, very happy with that and what she did there. And the extra tests that we're doing, is there any other tests that we need to do that no one else is doing? I'm very happy about the prescription drugs,
Yes.
the savings there. That's one of the reasons why we started with your company, because we was not getting checks back because of the prescription drugs. They says it wasn't possible, and you guys have showed, you know, that, like the first year, you got us like, what, $130,000 back, which is a huge benefit for us. We know the costs are going to go up, and we're probably going to have to raise for some of our employees, you know, possibly this year too. And we're trying to do everything right. What do we need to be prepared for? I know we're going to have some shockers, but what do we need to be prepared for?
I would say we need to be prepared with just being open to options, especially as we are members and things. I think that you all work really hard to keep these costs down. Sometimes some of these claims are, most of the claims are out of our control, right? If we could all just be completely healthy and live those kinds of lives, that'd be great, but that's not the case, and that's why we have this insurance. But I would say a few things. I know we've explored some different wellness programs that would maybe piggyback on top of the biometric screenings that you do with Parkview, and those incentives that employees receive on their contributions. One of the other things that we've talked about but haven't made an investment in is diabetic care management. So we do have a high prevalence of individuals with who have a chronic condition of diabetes on your plan, and managing that type of chronic condition can be costly. Not only the situations the members who are dealing with that face. So sometimes providing them with an extra resource, a third party that can help them maybe with just setting different goals, talking about diet, talking about recipes, talking about weight management, talking about maybe when they take their medications at what time of day based on their activity or their metabolic makeup. So there are those options available. They are, something that's an investment up front, but can really help those individuals who are dealing with that type of chronic.
That's the ones I've talked to. That was the first on our list here. The cost of the diabetes medicine is the ones that I know in our system that have diabetes, they have no one to talk to. Who do they talk to? Who helps them out? Especially the ones that have youth, the children under the age of 13 with diabetes. And that is a huge, I guess you're seeing more and more of that with the youth with diabetes in Huntington County, and that's, I don't know, they're blaming it on everything from, the school lunches to whatever, but, the candies readily available at Walmart and every checkout counter you go to, we just give them sugar and off they go. And as a grandparent, we do the same thing, sugar them up and send them home. So I think if you have anything for any of our employees and their youth for either online for classes or who they can maybe get online for some classes or maybe chat centers or whatever, I think that would help. Maybe you can get to Stephanie. I think that would help quite a bit, because I think they have them unknown questions that they have no one to ask.
Exactly.
I think that would help. And then I'm struggling here with this Well-Bridge Surgical. If you're going to Parkview and talk to them, let them know you're going to talk to that place. The commissioners, we have talked with the new president of Parkview, and we are committed to Parkview, and we realize that they do have some charges that are a little bit more than other areas surrounding surgical centers and whatever. But also, we recognize that they're one of the largest employers in Huntington County, and we support them tremendously with their EMS system and whatever. But it's also very, very convenient for all of our employees to have a surgical center here in Huntington County. It makes it convenient to come to Huntington County instead of going out of county to go there, and also they employ Huntington County people in our location here. Not that I don't want to support Well-Bridge Surgical, but they don't pay Huntington County taxes. But I know Parkview doesn't pay taxes because they're not for profit, but their employees do. So that's my little speech about Parkview. I'm glad they're here. I'm glad they expand. I'm glad that they have doctors and physicians and surgical places that do here. But don't be afraid to suggest to them that, hey, we're looking at other surgical places out of Huntington County. What can you do to match them rates? You know, it's time to wheel and deal, and that's
You
just
got
part
it.
of it. My
Yes.
Amish friends, you know what they do. They have a group that
Absolutely.
does that. And
Yeah.
they do that right up there at the surgical center, and you stand there and smile at me, and that's what they do.
They
And
do, yeah.
I'm in business, and that's the only way we can do it. And these guys seen me deal on bridge decks and blacktop and stuff when we go to things, because in people in government, you're not supposed to do that, but
Yeah.
I'm here to save for our people. But I want to see Parkview Hospital stay here. I want to see them expand here, and I want to see them expand their surgical centers and stay here. So don't be afraid to ask them that, and because we put them on the spot when we met with the president. And I don't think we was very bashful, was we?
No.
No. That's so. There you go. Thanks for what you do. Keep
We will
saving us
ask
money.
on your behalf, absolutely, and continue advocating for you all and your
And-
employees.
No, and Steffi does a great job. We
She
tell her that a lot.
does,
Is her head
yes.
swelling over there at all? Cool. That's awesome.
Thank you, Michelle.
You're welcome.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Appreciate you too.
Nice
Pleasure to
meeting
meet you, Jennifer.
Thanks for coming in.
All right. Anthony Goodnight, thanks for being patient, sir.
I see the room cleared out for me, so that's good. Just here today, Bridget had asked us to put together just a general services agreement. There's really no tasks that we have identified yet. I know we've been talking about CCMG for 2026. But, you know, we worked through Mr. Boxberger to get some language cleaned up in it. This would make it a little bit easier once we do have small tasks. I know we've helped the county highway in the past on some things. When we get a task and it's just a simple task order to you guys, we don't have to work through any of the terms and conditions. So today I don't have any specific task for you. I just have the agreement for you to consider. The one that you guys got emailed to you inadvertently had the rate sheets left out of it, so I do have a copy here for you to sign that has the rate sheet in there. So once we get a task order, it'll basically be billed towards that rate as that rate are established in there. So happy to answer any questions you have on that. I know Bridget's not here, but Dave's here. I know we work quite well with him, so.
No, this is not uncommon with our other vendors that we work with, VS Engineering and USI and Butler Fairman and our other vendors. There's things that come up that County Highway and that they need you right away for something that they get you working on by a phone call to us that we need you right away, so.
Just basically lays out the rules of engagement, right?
Exactly.
These are the fees.
It doesn't
This
give you a
is-
bridge project immediately, but if there's a question, time to question it, that gives you right away. So I make a motion that we sign this.
Andy looked at it. He's already read. You went over it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Motion by Commissioner Wall to sign this agreement for master services agreement with Lockmuller, second by Commissioner Stuffle. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. No opposed, motion's carried. Thank you,
All right,
Anthony.
thank
Get
you,
this
guys.
signed here for you.
While you're standing here, I know I sent a message to Bridget, and maybe Dave heard this, but State Road 5, they chip and sealed State Road 5. He's giggling at me. But they come back and they put a sealant over the top of it. I think that stuff's about the best thing I've ever seen. Whatever that-
I think they use like a fog seal. Yeah,
Yeah.
fog seal. Yeah.
So, me and Rosie come back from Springfield, Illinois, and we was on, because I didn't want to go 70, we cut down some back roads, and they did some other state roads, and it was amazing.
Yep.
I know it costs more, but I think to finish off some of our chip and seal roads, if we could find some extra money, and it'll probably be less chip and seal for these guys, I thought it was absolutely amazing, so. And if you're gonna be doing our community crossings money, maybe we can find some money to do it. Get this back or somebody else.
Didn't all three of you sign it?
Yes. Oh, wait, I guess I didn't.
Yeah, we can certainly talk to Dave and Bridget and make sure if there are any
What's it
future
called,
work.
fog seal?
Fog seal.
Fog seal, it's just a top sealer for the whole blocks and stone.
I did, honestly, I have never seen it until we came back from Springfield, Illinois, then they did State Road 5, but
NDOT does all that, it's just another spray on it, use our equipment just to.
can you do it? They use a subcontractor, it looked like.
They do, all done through NDOT.
Did they? Cool.
They do it on, when you asphalt a road at the center line, NDOT will do that joint to try to seal that joint up, because that's where your water's gonna get in.
fog seal.
So
It's a good thing, it's still from the top, it just costs money.
800 North, where we blacktopped years ago, may need something done on down the road. That'd be a perfect place to maybe throw some chip and seal and then fog seal over top of it to get that to last another 8 or 10 years, so.
There's a task order, but there is no task, right?
There is no tag, it's just a sample. Yeah, yep. It was just showing you what
End
the
of story.
window looked like. Yep, appreciate that.
We like to use fog seal, but it just takes away from our money to get the initial road done, just, I don't know what it costs, we can certainly check into it.
Thank you.
Sounds good, thank you.
I knew you had the answer.
What's that?
I knew you had the answer.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I'm gonna give this to Gretchen, if you can just email me a copy of it.
Real quick, yeah, thanks, Anthony. I'm just touching base with Matt Densler, see if he's still in the building here. Bob, we might have to go to this executive session real quick. I'm just checking to see if Matt's in the building, so.
While we're waiting for you to do that, I'm gonna make a motion that we approve these 4 application permits for right-of-ways for utilities. Broadband, and broadband utility. 200 south area, 200 west, 800 east, 800 south, and 7499 west, 800 north.
Bill, second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. No opposed. Bob, go ahead and just step up here on that grant. I'm not hearing from Matt Ditzler right now, so.
Thank you.
Yeah. He can probably get done here by the time. All right.
All right, this is a short version of the State Homeland Security Grant Program done by a PDF form.
Okay.
Then after it get approved, it'll be followed up by entering everything into the actual internet system. But we met with a couple department heads. We met with Swede, we met with Tim Allen, talk about their needs. Swede's needs were more in line with the FEMA's national priority topics. So I'm going to let Thomas talk about what we're writing for and the work that we've been doing on it.
Okay. So for the grant itself, we're going to be working on getting the rest of the door fobs in the courthouse updated to the door fob itself instead of it being the order dated ones. So this kind of aligns with the national priorities because it enhances physical security in crowded places, and the courthouse is considered that for critical infrastructure. So we're going to be requesting $150,000. There's no match this year. That could change next year possibly, we're not sure yet. The start date for this would be 10/7/2025, and then we're thinking we should, if we receive the grant, it should be all done by 8/21/2028.
Okay. Any questions on this grant for, it's for courthouse security, correct?
Yeah, and there's 26 doorways that need an electronic lock. And we've gone through and documented them, Swede, taken pictures of them. We have a historic preservation form that we have to fill out. So
Right.
it's going to be fixed on the courthouse. But that will come after we get it through.
Wall makes a motion, we apply for this grant.
Motion by Commissioner Wall, approve the grant, second by Commissioner Stuffle. All in favor say aye. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. No opposed, motion's carried.
Thank you, guys. One final topic, I'm going to have Thomas explain these expenses to you, but we're asking for permission to send him to Indiana Emergency Management Conference in Indianapolis on October 22nd, and he's only going to be there for 2.5 days, but he's going to spend 2 nights if it's approved.
So the rate itself was $131 per night, and then the conference fee itself was $350, and then we're allowed $50 per day for meals. I won't eat through all that per day because the conference itself is providing breakfast and lunch the first 2 days, and then breakfast only the last day.
And I must have already been in contact with the Healthcare Coalition. Jessica Price is the one I talked to?
Correct, yeah.
Right, and they've agreed to reimburse our expenses for the cost of the conference and the hotel.
Okay.
So they did that last year, it went back in the general
Right.
fund.
Appreciate
Motion,
that.
we send them.
I'll second
Motion
that.
by Commissioner Stuffle, second by Commissioner Wall. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Is there
Pose
enough in there
same
to
sign.
park your truck?
I'm sorry?
Is there enough in there to park your truck? They charge me $40 a day to park my truck there.
So that's part of the fee for the hotel room.
It's ridiculous to park a truck in Indy, just so you know.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Hate to push you out the door, but we're going to have a real quick executive session. I would ask everybody to leave. This is an executive session for the county commissioners only.
Are you gonna make any decisions after this? Do we need to recess for a period of time and go back into regular session? Or are you gonna recess until your next meeting?
I think we're going to recess until our next meeting because we're not going to need to come back
I
other
just wanna
than,
make sure we clear that up before
Yep.
we close the meeting.
We got one ordinance to pass.
No.
Okay, well then we're going to have to come back and do that. We're going to do this executive session. We do have some more, Andy? We do have some more stuff after this executive session.
So, I would say that recess till like 12:45?
Yeah.
Or are you gonna go later than that?
No, I don't think this meeting will take more than 20 minutes or so.
Okay, so I just, motion recess till 12:45.
Okay, all right.
Get this shut off.
We're offline. Sorry, Matt, Eric. We just,